Yo, yo, good morning, yo, yo. Good morning. Ooh. Good morning, good morning. Good morning. Good morning, good morning. Alrighty. Okay, we gotta clean some stuff. Good morning, folks. Yo, yo. Good morning. What do I want to put on? Good morning, ladies and germs. Yo, yo. Good morning, good morning. Good morning. Yo, yo, yo. Good morning, yo, yo. Shit. One sec. Where is the info? Is it docs? Information. There we go. Health is better. It's not going to be perfect, but it's as perfect as it'll be for now. Good morning, good morning. What's today? Thursday? What is today's date? Thursday, I think? Isn't it League Update Day? Which means technically no one can play. I think. If I am not mistaken. Good morning, good morning. I should wear my glasses. Hell, I even need glasses. Real ones. Not unk shades. Ye old unk shades. I'm tired, man. I'm very, very tired. But there is no better time than the present to do something. Even if you're tired. Yeah, this is pretty much done. Papa Roach, that's cool. Did they do all their classics? Which I'm assuming they absolutely did. Because why wouldn't they? Pretty sure most of those guys are kind of fed up in doing the classics. I don't blame them. It's like you do it for the fans, but you've just played the song so many times. It's just so old now. Do they make new music? Like, have they come out with anything recently that's new? Oh, is it really? Gotcha. That's cool. Well, most of those guys, everyone in a band, I'm sure, has a life that they have to live, so not everyone has time. And you all need to have the same schedule to even make, like, a record, I'm sure, so... Or maybe not the same schedule, but reasonably in tune. Shit just goes sideways very quickly for a lot of bands. It is hard to keep up. It is almost Christmas. Next year. Next year, sir. Next year in... I feel like most people who listen to music do want to start a band, though. Like, who doesn't want to be in a band if you like music, you know what I mean? It's like the ultimate dream for most people. I know I wanted to be in a band when I was younger. Which is cool. Again, it's hard to make it work, though, because at the end of the line, rather, at the end of the day, it's just money. Like, bands are really pinching pennies sometimes to make it work. And unless you're a big band with, like, a label behind you, it's really hard to make it work. It's more of, like, a passion project for a lot of people. So, it's a very noble thing to want to be in a band. Usually it's passion that drives you, if not always. Like, I want to make music. Awesome. But I need money. Okay, well, we can make music periodically. But if you can make it, that's awesome. That's pretty nuts. If people really like what you're putting out. Yeah. Hey, shit takes a weird turn sometimes, man. But yeah, it would be cool to play in a band. Travel the world, play music. Like, come on, man. That's cool. Make a living out of it. That's awesome. Sell a bunch of merch. Music moves the soul. It binds it. But yeah, it's a tough gig. Anything you want to do that's hobby related is a tough gig. I don't think it's a ripoff. A lot of that price isn't necessarily what it takes to make it, but what it takes to run the show. Right? There's a lot of people to pay. There's travel expenses, just tons of shit. Whenever you buy merch at a show, it's always 100% to support the band in kind of like continuing to do what they do. So it's pricey, but like it's a mandatory price. It's not that everything has to be that expensive, but like usually bands make quite a bit on merch. I mean, if you're popular enough, you don't need that, but it's a nice bonus. Most people keep it in good faith. They always buy band merch. Even if it is a bit pricey, you know, they love what bands put out. And they usually have like exclusive merch for like certain tours and stuff like that. Which is cool. Some of those are rare. Some of those are very, very hard to come by these days if you've got like old tour t-shirts and shit from like the 80s, the 90s. People pay good bucks. It is no joke. Didn't that guy have vocal surgery or something? The lead singer? I don't really keep up with bands like I used to. I don't really collect music anymore. I used to be very ingrained in music. I actually want to bust out an old poster. I want to frame, there's an old Guar poster that Adrian Smith did, who's like a very prolific like Games Workshop artist. And he drew them in the style of like his typical chaosy, gritty fashion. and they have an uncensored version of it that I want to frame for the wall. No one's going to see it but me. But there's a few things that will kind of, you know, put you back in the saddle with liking music. And album covers are usually pretty fun. So if I ever get the chance to bust that out, that'd be awesome. It's like music is timeless. You may go through shit in life, and that music will always be there for you. Puts you in the mood. Riles you up. That's why people revere bands so highly. It just does something to you. Although that's with most medias, you know, gaming, movies, stuff like that. A lot of these things are timeless. They'll just last the ages. Miniatures. It's good memories. Voynich, hello, sir. Secret cutscene, that's cool. What people need to realize in IPs is they need to do throwbacks. Throwbacks are like some of the coolest shit out there. It's all the unks who grew up with this stuff that love it the most. The newfangled technologies have no idea how we used to have it. Yeah, that's cool. I'm not really a fan of her music, to be honest. I just don't like the way she sings personally, but for the sake of nostalgia, it's like very COD Zombies. Like, you need to have that stuff. It's very iconic. And that's awesome. Didn't they have a COD Zombies map on fucking Mars? And it was like 0G'd or something at that time? Yeah. Well, that's exactly probably why I'm not really a big fan, but that's cool. Yeah, but you know what? People liked it, and it stuck, and that's cool. Like, I remember getting World at War and playing COD Zombies that same Christmas, and it is memorable as fuck. It wasn't even called COD Zombies, it was Nazi Zombies. And then that word became, in the COD space, not well. And so it became zombies. Memorable stuff, though. Very fun. I don't think I'd go back today and do anything, but, you know, for the time, it was dope. Like, who didn't want Call of Duty on Christmas? Like, that is awesome. That is excellent. It'll be later today. Around, like, noonish, maybe 1. Not to mention, there's no server right now, I think. It's maintenance. I think it was just Moon, yeah, or something like that. I mean, eventually COD Zombies became this more arcadey, perverse, goofy thing, I suppose. I mean, there was even a time when they had, like, the presidents, I think, for, what, the second Black Ops or the first one? which is fun as fuck, but every time I see clips of, like, COD zombies these days, it's just kind of like a fun house. Not that it has to be serious, but... And then that new Black Ops came out, and it's like, what the hell's even going on? Like, what even was that? You have, like, giant plant mutated man? Or some shit? I don't even know what goes on. Plant mutated man. Regardless, though, it's, you know, everyone's childhood. To a degree. I think these days I'm not really a COD fan. I just don't really do console gaming anymore, but it was cool. Yo, good morning. I don't even, yeah, the whole COD song, I don't even, who even follows the COD story? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, eldritch, weird parallel universes, and everyone's in the mix. It really is strange. I mean, some people did. I, for one, just saw it as like a fun game mode with, like, you know, a friend you can kind of just sit on the couch and play with, but I'm sure there are COD zombie historians who definitely do want to go through, like, the history of, you know, what's been going on narratively. As is with every fandom. Every fandom has that stuff. Yo. Well, I mean, I've done this hobby my whole life. I've done this hobby longer, or just about as long as gaming. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a lot of, like, well, that was the era of, you know, sharing things on YouTube and achievement hunting and all of these weird secrets. Like, it was very, very big in the early 2000s. But, yeah, I think these days people still do it, but it's of a different time. Like, finding Easter eggs way back when on, like, the 360 and stuff like that was really cool, but now it's like, yeah, all right. It's maybe not as exciting, but they're still there for fun. I mean, I'm sure for even some games, like Easter eggs and stuff like that, haven't even been found yet. Like, Red Dead Redemption's still being kind of picked through. Some of these games just have age-old questions that have not been answered, at least publicly. I mean, a lot of things have been streamlined. For the sake of, like, today's times where everything is just monetized, people want to, you know, do things heavily in terms of sales, and they just kind of know the ecosystems. They know what they're getting into before they even do it. It's... I don't know. Some games can be exciting because they don't feel that way, but I don't think I could ever look at a Call of Duty ever again. It's like they manufacture kind of, well, it's not to say that you shouldn't manufacture what people want. I mean, that's the point of a business, right? You give people what they want, but it just seems a little bit less exciting, I suppose. Like, as things ramp up, you get a lot of streamlined efforts in pretty much everything. And you just hope that it kind of preserves its essence, its soul of what made it popular in the first place. What excited people to play COD? Not like Nicki Minaj skins. Which, you know, that gets people talking, which in a sense, great for a business, but like, how many people are going to play that? How many people are going to want to buy that? You know, but if they keep making more, then clearly it's selling. They're the same. Well, the old world kits are the exact same as they used to be. Not much has changed. You still get the mold lines. It is quite literally the exact same kit from like 2005. 2006, so. I mean, even before that, you've got kits that are in production. Well, one game that I feel like really does well in terms of capturing markets and really gets on with like its fan base is Fortnite. Fortnite's amazing. I don't even play the game, but like, I can respect that they actually try to make things fun. And they do culturally, you know, go along with what is of the times. Or do a bunch of throwbacks. You know, there's a lot of like weird game collabs that at one point people loved, and Fortnite just seems to do it really well. But I don't really play those games, so I'm not like too fussed. I'm not like Omega complaining about everything I don't do. The profile picture. That thing is way too big. I cannot wear that while I do this. Well, I mean, if you're any sort of like war game, you're going to want to do some 40k crossover at some point. Which I'm very excited for today's Total War announcements, because there could be 40k. We 100% get Nagash. We're probably going to get the Glockkin. We're going to get like the Storm Fiends for Skaven. any sort of end times, what were they called? Fucking Rot Knights or something. It's like the big bloated knight infantry for Nurgle. There's a lot of cool things that I don't want to play, but I want to kill. Like, I don't even know how Nagash is even going to fare in multiplayer. I don't think you can take him, considering he's some massive Eldritch Warpstone mutated behemoth. So I'm very curious as to what they're going to show today. The Putrid Blight Kings, yeah. They had a bunch of, I think they were called Blight Lords or Bloat Lords or something, where they were on these big, rotted... They had the Vermin Lords, too, for Skaven, yeah. A bunch of stuff, but none of which kind of pertains to dwarves. Doesn't mean they're not going to revisit factions that didn't have anything in the, the end times, but they're not the Great Unclean ones. No. It's a different unit. It's like some sort of bipedal-ish, weird, gorilla-looking, like, Nurgle unit. Like, I can't remember because it was for the end times. It came out for that finale, but yeah, it'll be cool. Oh, you know what they could add is maybe some ROR units. Some regiments from, like, the end times is what they could certainly try and do, but I'm not sure. At least for the dwarves, but it might be the Maggot Lords. It might be. They look like... Let me just look them up. I haven't really looked into most end times things since the end times. Especially Nurgle. I've never cared for Nurgle. I mean, the Glottkin is going to be there for sure. And the Glottkin's pretty fucking weird. Thanquil could get a new mini. Like, yeah, for sure. With his big bone ripper. Okay, it is... They were named characters for the end times. They rode these gorilla-looking Nurgle spawn, is who they were. I think they might have also been generic characters if you played, like, tabletop. Yeah, those things. Whatever the fuck those things are, yeah, those guys. Like, I'm looking at them right now, I just don't know the names. Orgox Blode, or Blobe, and Morbidex. What are they riding? What are those? What are they called exactly? They look like infected gorillas. Pox Magath? Okay. Those things. Yeah, they're like mounts. Yeah, Nurgle's gonna eat well. Nagash is gonna be there. I mean, again, Skaven are gonna get a few things, probably. But in terms of what they bring on, who knows? Today should show quite a bit. Or maybe nothing at all outside of Nagash, I'm not sure. But there are regiments that they could dip into that were in the supplement books, I think is what it was. They had, like, very vivid imagery of, like, each one, which is cool. And that would be pretty fun, because technically I think most factions have these. They're very specific, though. I'd have to go look through the books, but that's also pretty fun. There was a lot of named characters in the end times, and that's, like, even beyond the already named characters. Like, they even fucking gave Thorix and Vilgard names, and they gave Thoric a very specific brotherhood that would kind of go around with the anvil. I think they were just called the Brotherhood of the Anvil out of, like, Karak Azul. There's a lot of cool things they could do, for sure. They had, like, squadrons of gyrocopters that were named, stuff like that. Regiments of miners, long beards. They had, like, I think we've already got Thorgrim's Everguard. No, we have the Peak Gate Guard, so we don't have the Everguard. Well, Thoric Ironbrow, yeah, he has his own little, like, entourage of Anvil Guard. But they're named. That's when he heads down into, I think it was the Underway to go, open up the fucking Ancestor Gates and get Valaya to come back and, ooh, save us. And then Nagash shows up and everything goes to shit. Yeah. I think he dies to, wasn't Neferata there? She might have been. It's been a long time since I've looked into it. But, it'd be cool to see stuff like that. There's such minor things that, you know, you could include them and say, like, hey, if this is Thoric's Anvil Guard or something, they get some sort of buff if they're around Thoric or whatever, right? Like, they have runic hammers that blah, 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 magic damage. They could do it. You know, we don't even have, like, ROR gyrocopter units. That could be a thing. Like, the different squadrons. Yeah, well, he gets shanked by Neferata, and then he falls into a chasm. He claws his way out, and then takes Clad Brakak and, like, hammers the anvil in half, and then it kind of, it just explodes. It banishes all the undead, but then everyone dies. Yeah, which is dope as shit. Like, that's a very badass way to go out for a dwarf, especially in the end times where everyone just kind of gets gotted. You know, Belagar gets into a duel, he gets a Matic driven into his head and then beheaded. Thorgrim gets fucking assassinated. Ungrim takes on the Winds of Fire, and then kind of he just explodes. I think it was in Middenheim. I can't remember exactly. I think Grim Berlichson ends up flooding Zufbar, I believe. There's a lot of shit. There's so many different things going on. Yeah. Thoric goes out like a fucking bro, though, for sure. Thoric is just like an angry, you know, he's an angry boomer who refuses to die and takes everyone with him, mostly. He's a stubborn old goat. So we'll see what goes on for the new stream today. Ideally, it's going to be... I just want to see dwarf stuff. I know we're not going to get it, but, like, technically, if it is the end times, you could bring on Snorri Nosebiter. That is an end times worthy addition, and that'd be dope as fuck. Like, why would you not have Snorri? I pray he makes his way to the game. I really do. And he's as cheerful as ever. Well, yeah, AOS is circular bases. And I mean, even next year, Age of Sigmar is going to be doing pretty good. Next year, Age of Sigmar is supposed to be pretty insane. So, I'm excited. Yeah. Well, I mean, they were literally the best of bros. Literally the best of bros. Two completely different races with, like, two people who were absolutely bound for life in ages past. So, it's unfortunate how things turned out, but, you know, yeah. The vengeance of the dwarves made manifest. An oath so heinous that he came back. That was fun. I need to read the new Grombrindle novel, though, for AOS. Like, I'm glad he's getting more of a showing in Age of Sigmar, where he's trying to, like, unify everyone, but... Well, Age of Sigmar next year is... I mean, like, every year with Warhammer, there's supposed to be a lot of cool shit coming out, but... I mean, specifically for dwarves, I mean, you know... Next year, we're supposed to be getting a big fucking dwarf update, and I'm for it. Like, I'm very excited. Give me Valaya, give me Gazul, give me, like, the dwarves, of old kind of working together for some sort of greatness in, the mortal realms. I mean, I go to Walmart for my clothes, but it is what it is. Walmart is my goat for clothing. I think I was there a little while ago getting pants and socks and things, and you know what? They're great. They are excellent. Well, it's supposed to be the end times. Total War has finally made its way into, like, pretty much the end of the setting with a lot of its units, so you're going to be getting a bunch of stuff that's, big and hectic. Like, again, I don't even know how you fucking play Nagash in multiplayer. I don't know how that's going to work. I don't think you ever will. But that would be very cool. Like, the Glockkin seems a little bit more reasonable. And even he's going to be a fuck ton of gold, if anything. But, like, the people who play campaign are going to eat good. Because first and foremost, Total War is a campaign game. Which is awesome. Alright, these are not done. The Monkey King. Well, because Nintendo's garbage. Nintendo is, like, legit the worst company. Their games are just ugly. They're meant for families, which I don't have. It's not for me. It's nostalgia. It's nostalgia for people who have nostalgia for Kirby and Mario and all that stuff, which is great because it's a classic thing, but I, for one, just don't really... Nintendo's, like, my least favorite thing. It's not to say that it's trash, but it's just not really my preferred console. Well, I should say company. I don't really have ties to Mario. I don't have ties to Pokemon or Kirby or anything. My girlfriend does, but I don't. Like, I used to play Donkey Kong Country, and I think Dr. Mario, which was like a weird fucking like Tetris game, I think, at one point. I can't remember. I don't know. Most of Nintendo for me would be nostalgia. That's usually how I feel like Nintendo fans kind of get on with, like, the new stuff. Is if they grew up with it, it's more of, like, up their alley, but... I don't know, I can't really get on with it. Pretty good. Considering I do it for a living, it has to be good. I've got, like, the best connection possible where I am. Doesn't mean it's always the best, but it needs to be the best. I gotta move down to Texas to get some Google Fiber. For 10 times cheaper. Well, internet's usually available just wherever you live. You've got different packages and different prices, but sometimes it could just be a scam. It's like when I was in Montreal for a little bit, we got fucking hardcore scammed. And even with today's times, it's kind of sad that we all rely on the internet. It's like, without it, what are we? Like, we're such useless creatures without the internet. What do we have to do all day? We can't go online, we can't check Twitter, we can't do emails, we can't fucking order stuff. What do we do? We're doomed. We're doomed, man. Closer. These are the gears of Zufbar. Yes, sir. Well, technically they are because this is going to be Zufbar, but yeah. By the gears of Zufbar. All the dwarf characters in Total War, at least the ones with like very bassy voices, are they sound a little bit insane sometimes. Well, the new Nagash model is I remember when that had come out, and by God, it was insane. My buddy had the original, and yeah, it was it is night and day. But again, the new one is all amped up on fucking eating warp stone and weird things. He's just a big, gangly freak. He's meant to be some colossal monster. Aren't they insane? What, the dwarves? It's funny listening to some of them just yell when they've got like the big bassy voice. Yeah. By the ancestors. The issue with old fantasy was that there were so many cool characters, but they were literally like half of your army. Or like a fourth of your army. So like if you wanted to bring anyone, you had to kind of typically play around them, which makes sense. They're like important figures, but yeah, they were very expensive in points. Oh, they're still expensive. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, for sure. I mean, there's some reasonable ones though, like the engine. All the support characters are tame. Like Burlock's what, under 100 points, which is very tame. But yeah, when you've got Ungrim at like what, 300, Thorgrim on foot is going to be at like 2 something. Still like a whole unit, you know, which they typically will be. Who's going to stop them? Yeah, they're pretty nuts. But you really have to kind of be in the spirit of the army if you are going to bring that. Like, you won't bring Ungrim or Thorgrim willy-nilly. You have to kind of, like, really want to bring them. Oh, shit. And then even most likely play into their, ideally play into their, detachments. Or army of infamy. Fun, though. Oops. Like, if you bring Ungrim, like, no character's gonna go near him. No one's going near him. Good luck. Dude's fucking blasting you with, like, 2s on 2s. Killing blow. It's like, yeah. I don't even know what his AP is, but it's probably ridiculous. Like, -3. Some nonsense. Demonic. That's the thing with tabletop, or even like any strategy game, is when people know you've got very expensive things on the field, things that need to find purchase somewhere in a game to be relevant, they don't really give you the time of day, especially when you're movement 3. You're not going very far. Which is always the case of, how do I make this work? How do I make ye good old lord of movement 3? Ungrim is dope as shit. Yeah, I was hoping we'd get a... That was one of the things I had wanted out of 8th edition, was like a plastic Ungrim. Because we got Belagar for the first time, which is dope. Burlock Damonson was still kind of in that Ungrim state where he just wasn't updated as well. He never even had rules in 8th. His son did. But, you know, all of these old things that you once wanted now getting love is pretty cool. And it's not that the old sculpts are bad by any means, but, like, sometimes you do want something that's going to fit into, like, the new range. It's somebody's nostalgia. Hello, sir, yo-yo. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever buy that. Well, technically I already did, because I have to do a review of that box, but I don't think I'll ever use him. It's just... It is sacrilegious to say that, like, hey, here is a named character, now a generic sculpt. It's a bit sacrilegious. It's a good sculpt, though. You know, it's a testament to, like, just how much they love it. Or else they wouldn't be using it. And it is an updated version of, like, you know, a lord on an Oathstone, so... I won't be using him. There's a lot other, there's a lot of other sculpts out there that you can certainly use for, like, Oathstones and things. Whoops. There are many a thing out there. And a billion 3D prints, so there's that too if you want to go that route. Ye good old 3D print. Whoops. But who knows? The future might hold something different. GW is always looking out for new minis to release and things to revamp for some money. So things will happen. Lots of things will happen in due time for the old world. Tons of things. This is correct. This looks correct. Cool. Where are the rest of the pieces? Here's one. I mean, the issue with these bases is you can't do anything with them. It's just such a... I've never enjoyed artillery bases. Sometimes they never even had bases, come to think of it. You just can't make anything of them artistically, which is kind of boring. Specifically when kits give you like 500 flavor pieces that you just have to use somehow because they're cool, and you can't do them. It's like, what's the point of giving shovels and spades, not spades, but like, you know, pickaxes and, you know, a fucking dwarven wheelbarrow? Like, look at this. What's the point of half of the flavor bits if you can't even put them anywhere? Like a dwarven telescope. It's a little disappointing. And that's not to say that you just can't use a bigger base, but they should automatically kind of come with big bases. Like, artillery should never be with individual miniatures. It should always be more of a diorama. So they should have just brought out new bases. It's a bit of a tedium to kind of lug around like 3 random minis that just sit next to it. Oh, this is not the right bit. Whoops. I mean, I've seen that ages ago. It's not really new. It's an old thing. Ideally, I do want to make them dioramas, but there's no official bases that you can kind of use. I was thinking of going 75 by 75. Because the cannon's 50, the infantry are 25, so you can kind of make it work. You just have to find, You gotta find that base size. They're so much better. Yeah, they should always be as a diorama. Always, 100%. There's so much more room to kind of like... I mean, one of the best looking pieces of artillery is probably the Cities of Sigmar, like, Great Cannon or something, and then you've also got, like, the actual artillery batteries from, like, the Guard right now. Those are really well done. Those have so many different, like, pieces of battlefield flavor, you could say. Like, those are awesome. Whereas most things, again, for the old world, like, way back when, fantasy had so many flavor bits through, like, what, 6th edition, 7th edition, 8th edition, just so many cool things that you could just fucking glue around and have fun with, but, you know, you've only got so much space. And with only so much space, you can only do so much, too, so... Cringe Material, thank you, sir. For the Prime, appreciate it. Thank you, buddy. Like, the old Bretonnian, no, it was the Empire Archers. The Empire Archers had a bunch of, like, God, what was it? I think they had a wounded orc who took an arrow to the chest. They had, pheasants and different things they've hunted that are now kind of, like, strung along their belt. And these are all optional. It was that or it was some sort of Bretonnian kit. It's one of the two. I mean, even the Empire cannon had, like, a barrel and a pile of cannonballs and stuff like that. It's really fun. So, you can't use it because there's no fucking room. Which I think was a bit of a miss. And no one's going to argue if you decide to put artillery on a base that's, like, a little bit bigger than what it should be. No one's going to argue. It'd be a little bit weird. Some rules, lawyers. Cursedin, hello, sir. Yeah, we are good. A few things to do this morning, and then we're on to greener pastures with Old Yeller. Midday. No, this is part of the canon. This is part of the, barrel. Dozniak, hello, buddy. I actually need to go find or buy another cannon kit. Because I've got the two cannons kind of plinked together, but I need 2 organ guns, and I just don't know where they are. Which, you know what? For convenience's sake, I'm glad they're now releasing minis in, like, 2 times the amount. Because my list is a lot faster to build. Instead of needing, 4 boxes of cannons, I can buy 2. Which is insanely expensive. but it is very convenient. Well, that'll do it. There's both cannons at least tacked together. Mostly cleaned, so until I decide to glue them, they're going to be in this state, and I'm fine with that for a bit. Cannon! Very shoddy looking cannon. Is that a mold line? Hold on. Mold line detected. Must eradicate entire bloodline. The fetid mold line. Rajang, hello, sir. Well, the issue with the mold lines is sometimes they run along the very edge of things, and you may not notice them, but they actually do kind of have a sharpness to them. If you're so mentally declined like I am to kind of like scrape them all, but yeah, mold lines are everywhere. It's not the trees that are speaking, it's the mold lines. Hidden death. Each part of the cannons, I'd hope not. I'd absolutely hope not. Good enough. Yeah, that'd be disturbing. That'd be some shoddy work. Not made by dwarf hands. It's just blue tack. It's something you'd see in, like, a school. It's just temporary holding for, things. That's it. It is a good visualizer when you don't want to commit to, like, gluing things immediately, which I certainly don't, because I want to do conversions. So it'll just hold things together for the time being. But very shoddily. Like, it's not a permanent fixture. A very shoddy display of togetherness. There we go. Well, I probably will do sub-assemblies, but I'm most likely just going to glue things together at first. I don't think I'd really use, like, blue putty for sub-assemblying. But you can try. Certainly a thing. I don't think you... Well, what would you sub-assembly on a cannon? Back in the day, I didn't give a fuck. I'd just glue the whole thing and then paint it, but... I think I'd probably do... the wheels as separate. And... I think that'd be it. Probably just the wheels. Everything else seems pretty simple. The carriage isn't so bad. Maybe the axle. I don't know yet. We'll see. Either way, two of them are tacked together and, like, pretty much 90% clean, so that's perfect. But I will have to go in and convert them. Just slightly. Well, painting is, again, you don't have to paint things in sub-assemblies, so, like, typically if you want to get every nook and cranny, you would glue, like, a certain portion of the mini together, paint that, glue another portion, paint that, and then glue them together so there's no missing spaces with, like, paint. Yeah, painting is, it's, I mean, if you want to paint, it's patience. The easiest way to describe miniature painting is a 3D coloring book with extra steps. But I'd say that's, like, the best way to describe how you would do a miniature. You can follow guides, you can wing it, you can cook up your own ideas and apply them. There doesn't really have to be any rhyme or reason, but as long as you're happy, that's what matters the most. Like, there's no book of, you know, how to Warhammer. Although you can certainly take from, you know, very accomplished miniature painters and stuff like that, but it's up to you. Yeah, good enough for now, though. So that should be the crew. Well, yeah. I mean, you've got washes, you've got highlights, you've got glazing and layering and all these different things, but layman's terms, I mean, it could be a coloring book, right? And then you've got every other step that you can certainly get into if you want to, but for people who kind of start out in miniature painting, a lot of it's just going to be blocking in colors. Auto baby. Yeah, washes are really good. Well, the easiest way to streamline painting is to have a process. The easiest way to kind of tackle anything, I feel like, in miniature hobbying is to usually have a game plan. One that works for you. Doesn't have to work for everyone, but, you know, everyone hobbies differently and finishes things differently and has their own way of proceeding. I'm a little bit slower and I prefer to do things in stages, but I like the results, so it works for me. And there's a million tutorials out there for, like, you know, maybe how you might do it one day. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff out there. I mean, even I plan on kind of doing my own process. I think for the sake of beginning a hobby, or maybe kind of learning a few things. It's not that you have to, like, take after anyone in particular, but you will find a certain way of doing things kind of your way. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with sharing that, so I think for me, I'll probably do a few smaller videos of, like, very basic stuff. You know, oh, if you're building a plastic miniature, this is how I would do it. Whether or not people want to. It's a variety of ideas. Squidmar's good. Yeah. There's a lot of great YouTubers out there. The Warhammer content machine is a very cruel one. It's really hard to make it on YouTube as a Warhammer guy or gal. It is not easy, so it's very commendable. Excuse me. Tabletop ready. Yeah, you know what? There's a lot of stages you can kind of go through. Oh, tabletop ready is a person. I thought it was a technique. Never mind. Infernal Brush is, he's a cool guy. He was on Twitch a little bit. I actually talked to him. And, I mean, he used to be an heavy metal painter. Like, that guy's clean. Probably the cleanest I've seen, in a while. Yeah, he's really fucking good. It's not easy, though. Everything has to be highlighted and precisely blocked in. You've got a few different paint mixes you typically have to do for shadows and lining and different things. Yeah, he's cool. He's a great guy. He's a bloke. He's a British man, which most of them are. Cleaning as well. We're slowly getting there. Slow but sure. VTuber. I mean, technically, if I did VTube, it'd probably be more exciting than my head down 24/7. Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, you know, if you're showcasing a product, you need to be good. Right? Like, you need to have it be the most presentable thing possible, the most appealing. And the heavy metal style is something that I've always enjoyed. I don't think I'm very anal about highlighting everything, but, you know, most people will look at the box arts and be like, that's what I'm going to paint, and then it's like, no, you're not. It is a very precise style. But once you have it down, you could probably just apply it to every mini you've ever painted. It's like, you know where the highlights go, you know where this and this and this is. Yeah, it's cool. Oh, did you actually try and get in for GW? Yeah, the photos and everything. I mean, that's a different department for sure, but in person is truly when you see the greats. When you can see how many, just different things had gone into it. You didn't get in it? Oh, that's cool, though, man. Do you have to go to Nottingham for that, like Warhammer World? I'm sure that's a fun gig. The cranium cam, that'd be peak. It's just, when you do Warhammer, you have to kind of bend over a little bit. I've never been to the HQ, but I've been collecting Bugman's Bar merch for probably 10 on years. 15 on years, roughly. Yeah, I've heard the lighting in some cabinets were pretty bad. Unless you've got them in a very specific, like, you know, fully lit 360 enclosure, you usually don't get to see everything. But the exhibition stuff is pretty cool from what I've seen. Oh, that's pretty cool, though. I would, I've talked to a few guys who used to work at the bar, because a lot of the, some of the stuff that I've bought over the years had come from people who worked at Nottingham. And, it seemed like a pretty cool, you know, tight-knit place. There was a girl who had worked there at one point who was studying to become a jeweler, and she made them all, like, dwarven-themed clasps or something. It was very, very cool. He showed me it. I wish I saved the photo because it was fucking awesome. It seems like a very tight-knit place, though, for sure. Or a good Rajang. Britbong. The, yeah, one day I will make it down, though, to the HQ. I heard a lot of the older stuff had been cycled out, though. Like, GW now, being in partnership with so many different things, the merchandise and some of the stuff has changed, but not everyone's going to be there for the merch, which I do love their merch, so... You know, beyond that, I'm sure it's still a pretty cool experience. Had to critique some of the painters' models as a task. I mean, you know what? Art is subjective. I'm sure it's very hard to kind of say anything on some of them, but... Yeah, that's, art's a subjective thing. Like, I don't like all the highlighting. It's like, where? All over the mini. These highlights are too perfect. But yeah, one day, who knows? There's a lot of, I think they opened up cafes in the US, like in California and stuff like that, but in Canada we've kind of got like very tame Warhammer places. Like, we've got a big store here in Toronto, and then the other big one is in, I think, Alberta? British Columbia. Somewhere over there. So, it's, the culture is existing, but it's not in full force. That's what I've heard too. I mean, you've also got like the archive and stuff where they've got the molds and everything for all of these older minis, and right now Games Workshop seems to be on a very nostalgic kick, mainly with the old world, right? And then all the made to orders, and it's not that they haven't done that before for like 40K and fantasy and whatnot, from like even when Age of Sigmar was a thing, after fantasy had died. But you know, I do hope they end up releasing more of the old sculpts, because with the popularity of like the old world, you know, people are willing to shill money for old stuff. That's a good sign. Obviously, you probably want to show off the latest and greatest thing in your display cases, but you know, Games Workshop and its sculpts over the years have been very iconic. Everyone's got their own era of nostalgia. Mafia games? No, I haven't played any of those. I don't even know if one of them was on the list of games. I don't know if one made it. I'm not sure. I'd imagine it probably should have, but normally when I get into games, I'd rather play them all. So selling me on one of them is a bit tough. Should be good enough for the arm, I think. Mostly. Mostly good enough. $9.21, so... Excuse me. In about an hour and a half, we should get the Creative Assembly stream, and then I should be on the main channel after that. Everyone is thinking they're going to show off, well, not everyone, but a few people are going to say, like, hey, 40k Total War is going to be announced. The end times are upon us. You know, what's next after Warhammer Fantasy? And it's like, well, you know, it'd be great. They could technically do an Age of Sigmar one if they really wanted to, and I think that would also kind of draw out a lot of, like, new interest in AOS beyond just the books in the game. Because Age of Sigmar right now, I feel like, is kind of left to, like, the devices of GW and no one else. Like, no one is really putting out Age of Sigmar content. No gaming studios. Like, which is, I guess, just how you get gamers today. No one's tackling it. It's like, do you want to play Fire Slayers? Here's a re-rigged Slayer mini from Total War Warhammer. That is now a Fire Slayer. Same rigging, but different aesthetic. Maybe it'd just be too much the same. Yeah, that's what we're kind of waiting for. We are good, sir. Mochi's sleeping. And I am not sleeping. But Mochi is chilling with a mama. Mochi? Which this room has to be cleaned in the next day or so, and the new wheel's going to be brought in, and a few other things. So Mochi will make a appearance soon enough. The Mochito is upon us. Oh, mama. Today's Thursday, right? Can anyone confirm that we are almost to the weekend? It is? Good. I think I've got one final thing coming in before I get back to, like, the mainstream properly. The final piece to the puzzle. The final book of Nagash. And his fetid magics. Which will be on full display around 11 p.m. 11 a.m. Oops. I haven't seen anything. I haven't finished watching the video, so I want to do it today. I don't know anything yet. It will be a surprise. A surprise. Well, I mean, I know the new season's pretty insane. That is nothing new, so that should be cool, but no, I don't really know the details yet, so we'll see when they are shown on stream around probably noon today. We'll see. Unironically, I want to see what they're doing with support. Like, mid lane, I've seen a few things. Top lane, I don't really care about, but I know they're getting a lot of changes, but I want to see what they're doing with bot lane. AP Graves. My beloved. The GOAT. Save us, unholy AP Graves. Deliver us the spammable blinds. Yeah, there's a few things we got to check out. Oh, mama. I'll actually ask this. Do you know if there's a grand list of items coming out? Is that anywhere online? For, like, the new season? Because I haven't seen the video yet, but I want to see the grand list of, like, new releases, if they do have any out there. There is? Tuber Duck Closer. Is it like a fan-made one, or did Riot, like... Or Tibero, sorry, not Tuber Duck. 7 new items, that's it? There's no, like, new components? Oh... my god. Bro fist. Yeah, I'm not sure. I would like to see them, though, so I think today I'll be looking at those. I need to theory craft 3 different champions. Technically 4. I want to see what is in store for me when the demons take over. The Demonica. Mm-mm. Ba, 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 ba. It is almost 10. Should be about one more hour, and we will see what is happening. Which I'm not even sure if they're going to be streaming on Twitch or YouTube. Or maybe it's not even a live stream. I think it is a live stream for Total War. I'm not sure. It may be. I must know the details. I didn't even realize it is me, sir. This is the secret channel. The secret Warhammer den. The forbidden knowledge of the dwarves lives on here. Boom, boom, boom. Well, this looks about done. Kind of, ish. The beauty of Warhammer is scraping parts for miniatures that are more of set dressing than even a unit. But it's the flavor that matters. It is the flavor. That should be good for now. It's pretty much done. Next year they will. Next year you're gonna get the big dispossessed army that's supposed to be coming out. At least that's what the leaks say. And the new Chaos Dwarf book kind of hints at like Gazul and Valaya, which are two of the older gods kind of making their presence, I believe. The whole Hellsmith book is just ancestor god slander. So they're gonna march to war. Grungni at least will. Yeah, so we're gonna see what comes of Age of Sigmar next year, but they'll be there. Nero, hello, sir. It is ancestor god slander. With Hashut propaganda. The big toothy bastard. Next year. In Total War? I mean, Chaos Dwarves are basically dwarves with, like, a bunch of fucked up monsters and different demonic war machines. They have a lot of lower-end infantry. And more so, they're like a mid-range army, if you actually take shooting with them. Like, their artillery is long-range, but, you know, blunderbusses and stuff like that, they perform better at, like, mid-range. The Greenskin Helpers. It's the slaves! Yeah. Chaos Dwarves, at least in Total War, have just... Even in tabletop, I suppose, they're just a more perverted, you know... Hey, we've got monsters. Hey, we've got cavalry. Hey, we have all of these weird things that dwarves typically don't have. We've got some demon engines that fly around the battlefield and sorcerers. Yeah, just a perverted dwarf roster, you could say, with like a lot of the things that the dwarves typically don't use. But still dwarves, you know, they're slow. All their infantry is very dwarvish, high armor, high leadership, insanely slow. But they have a lot more utility tools, you could say. A lot more oddball-like units that kind of just do different things. And then, of course, hordes of slaves. Like, very low-end, chaffy trash that just kind of tar pit things down. They're not the good dwarves. They're disgusting in every way. They're the nasty ones. Super gross. I like them. Well, a lot of people do like them. They've been around. They've been around forever. I just don't enjoy them. I don't like them at all. I'm a dwarf purist. Either you stay true to the ancestor gods, or you're a freak of nature. Yeah, they are very distinct. Yeah, for sure. They bind demons to war machines and pilot them around. They enslave lesser races and use them for toiling away in the mines and a variety of other things. They're not good people. They trade with the fetid chaos. And they cast magic, which is disgusting. It's cool to see them back, though, as like an army. Like, you had, when did the Chaos Dwarves first come out? What was that, 5th edition? 4th or 5th edition, the Chaos Dwarves, I think, showed up with their own supplement. And after that, I think they showed up in... When did they get the... Were they in Tamarcon? I think it was Tamarcon that had their army list, right? And that was, what, 8th edition? If I'm not mistaken. So they've been kind of all over the place. And now that they're in Age of Sigmar, that's cool. As like a fully supported, fully fleshed out, so far, kind of army. Stream sharing. I can do that soon. Oh my god. 5 gifted subs, sir. Mr. Rat Playing, thank you, buddy. Misclick, of course. I hope you and the missus are well. Thank you, sir. You know, hey, I will soon be able to offer you a spin, but right now, I don't have the wheel. It is not set up, but thank you, sir. The Wheel of Misfortune. Yeah, thank you, man. It is good to know that people are doing well in a world so cruel. I mean, I used to play Empire, I used to play Orcs and Goblins, so it'd just be those two. If I wasn't playing Dwarves, I'd probably go back to Orcs and Goblins. Probably Greenskins, yeah. I mean, the Greenskins just have so many, like, for the sake of tabletop, for the sake of lore, I mean, they're just parading around the world, just ruining people's day. Should say days, or years, or hundreds of years. For the sake of the Dwarves, they had they had no fun for a few thousand years, I think it was, with the Greenskins, so they're just losers. And, Greenskin diversity is pretty fun to deal with. You essentially play like 3 different armies in one. You've got the Monster Mash, the Goblin lackeys, and then the Green Tide of Muscle. So that's cool. Yes, the Troll Monster Mash, the Giants, the Mutants. Well, not mutants, but... Oh, is that the Berserk Deluxe Addiction? Addiction. It technically will be an addiction. That's cool. I don't really read manga, but it's a pretty interesting cover. You know, the issue with buying expensive books in terms of, like, limited edition stuff is you don't want to read them. Like, the new Gotrek and Felix Troll Slayer Super Edition that's coming out, I'm not going to read that book. I've already read the paperback. But it will look nice on my shelf. And I'll most likely frame the wanted poster and stuff like that, so that's cool. It is sacrilegious to defile collector's editions. Sekilo, sir. Yeah, Rat Playing, thank you again, man. No go for me. Well, they'll still be around. They're just going to be scalped on eBay, probably. Unfortunately. Everyone knows when you've got a limited edition thing from Games Workshop, the fans aren't always the ones who will buy them. Unfortunately. Nothing is truly ever gone. You think 60 upcharge? Try double. Double or triple. 60 is like... 60 is too generous. The shipping is 60. Well, they should tell you the prices, though. They don't even tell you before the release. It's like, man, if you want this highly limited edition of Troll Slayer, like, you know, come back in, like, a week and see what the price is the day of release. It's like, what the fuck? Just tell us the price beforehand. Zagarome, thank you, man. It's very strange. I can't wait for the day it comes out to figure out what price it is. Release the damn price. FOMO. Well, it's a limited edition Games Workshop product, and I'm not going to lie, it's probably one of the best looking things I've seen from GW for something Old World, or I should say Warhammer Fantasy. It really does look amazing. It is a tremendous rendition of, like, the book and just a bunch of cool merch. It's awesome. Well, we've been chilling here for a bit because I'm trying to piece together a bunch of stuff for the main channel. Yeah. The Troll book. I have that book, actually. I have the Greenskin Arcane Journal, which I think the Army of Infamy is like the Troll Horde. Yeah. It's a tome I do not open ever, for I do not want to be coerced into buying greenskins. I will not devolve. James Workshop will not take more money out of me for the fetid green tide. Absolutely not. Disgusting savages. I'm pretty good with holding back. I would much rather build 3 different dwarf armies than build a greenskin army. So, like, a royal clan list, a slayer host, the expeditionary force. Like, I'm really just... I'm over the greenskins, and I'm over the Empire, but... I had my fun with most things back in the day, but now I'm more set in just kind of doing what I love the most, which is dwarves. It's very interesting how orcs are kind of perceived by most people. Because on the surface, if you like orcs, they seem like a very fun, you know, just goofy lot of British people who just want to go around and be hooligans. But for everyone dealing with the orcs, it is an absolute disturbing nightmare. It is a relentless tide of muscle that wants nothing more than to rip you apart for sport and then eat you. There's not an ounce of fun in dealing with greenskins. $40K in AOS has ruined my wallet. They'll keep doing that. Next year's going to get worse. That's why I always say stay in your lane. Hunker down with what you love and, you know, maybe don't be coerced. It's tough, I know, but you have the strength. I don't have time to play now. I haven't played tabletop physically for over 10 years. Roughly, let's say roughly 10 years. I played tabletop sim throughout COVID in the last few years. So I've played tabletop stuff, but I haven't, like, physically been able to do anything. Yeah, life just has its ways of pulling you in different directions. So this is going to be a 2,000-point playable army, which is what we're working towards, and then once it's done, I can go play some games and do some battle reports. Oh yeah, I miss hobbying. It's been in my life since before I was probably 10, probably around like 8 to 10 years old, roughly. So this is a very natural thing for me to do. Most wee lads who do Warhammer have been doing it for a while. And if not, you know, there's no better time to get into it now, so that's cool. Warhammer is at its peak market saturation. They are in every market. Which means Warhammer is only going to get bigger and better and crazier, and now is the time to get invested. Now is the time to do Warhammer, if you've never done it before. But they'll sell everything eventually. They'll do body pillows. People have made fucking custom body pillows, I'm sure. Like, again, they're in every market. Just about. There's tournaments everywhere, yeah. Florida. Every state has Warhammer. There's no reason they wouldn't. Like, Warhammer's very popular. A lot more popular than it was, for sure. And the company's a little bit more involved, I believe, currently, compared to what it was in years past, but working on minis instead of gaming. But you could do that, yeah. It takes a while to get an army together. People don't realize that, like, you know, this isn't some sort of, like, afternoon ordeal. If you want to build an army, it's going to take weeks. Maybe even months, depending on how much time you have, but, yeah. Painting, building, gluing, purchasing. If you want to convert stuff, which people do. It is a artistic endeavor. In Battle Closer. It is more expensive now, for sure, yeah. I mean, even back in the day, it was pricey, but, like, there are no cheap Warhammer kits. Like, way back when, you could purchase individual miniatures, like, in blister packs, and that was kind of, you know, a pretty good start. You could buy little boxes of, like, 5 miniatures and stuff like that. There was a lot of ways to kind of build up very, very slowly and very incrementally. Now it's just like, do Warhammer, spend $100. But it's everyone's own budget, time, and effort. How many units in this army? Quite a bit. There's quite a few. Yeah, you've got 3D prints, yeah. There was a very interesting comment. I read this on Twitter. Lo and behold, an interesting comment on Twitter. And he brought up a very, in my opinion, valid point, but it sounds so gatekeepy. But this is coming from someone who's done the hobby for so long and kind of has seen a lot of the imagery and iconic stuff over the years. And I really believe, I'm not a gatekeeper in any capacity. I think you just do what you want to do, and that's it. That's how you enjoy it. That's how it should be. But there was a very interesting comment where it was a guy, I think, in Japan, and he was a Japanese Warhammer fan. He had a big collection, and he was talking about 3D prints, and he basically had said, if you don't use Games Workshop miniatures, you aren't playing Warhammer. And that sounds extremely gatekeepy, but I think in my mind, I'm like, for me, I could never personally play 3D prints because my Warhammer is the imagery of Games Workshop. It's like if you're playing Warhammer Fantasy, what Games Workshop has sculpted, what those guys had put out over God knows how many years, to me, that is like the truest form of Warhammer, is the miniature imagery. But it's interesting because in a way I agree, but I don't agree. You know what I mean? I don't know to the extent as to like what the guy really meant deep down, but when it comes to 3D prints, they're amazing. When it comes to official miniatures, they're amazing, but they're very pricey. You know, like you spend a lot of money on this stuff, and so there's a reason people like 3D printing. It's cheaper, it's more convenient, and you can still get things that look amazing. Like, I would totally get a bunch of 3D prints for things that that I've seen that I've enjoyed the sculpts of, but yeah, it's really up to you. 3D printing, official stuff, it's budget, it's time. It's a hobby at the end of the day. It's meant to be enjoyed. No one should sit there and kind of shit on how you enjoy things. Period. But in a way, I do agree. I'm not shitting on 3D printing because I like 3D printing, but I personally could never want to run. There's a few things I've seen that I was like, oh, that's kind of cool and very in the style of like the sculpting at the time that I could probably pass off and say sure. But having grown up through like the early 2000s and seeing all of these armies and display boards and everything, you know, before 3D printing was anything, for me, that will always be my Warhammer, right? Like, I want the dwarf cannons from GW. I want the warriors. I want the engineers. I want all the stuff that I grew up with that I resonate with like GW. Now, you can play with 3D prints. There is no crime in using 3D prints, but you can't use them in like an official store unless you've sculpted them yourself. 3D prints, well, you could do that, or you could get the Avatars of War ones, which are all plastic and they were still sculpted by a GW guy. It's really just what you like, man. Again, there's no rhyme or reason, or there's no flow chart like you have to do this, 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 and this. Just do whatever you want to fucking do. You know, do whatever you do and whatever you enjoy. If you like 3D prints, buy them, use them. I'm not going to complain. But for myself and kind of how the hobby is, I'm just too nostalgic for like everything I've seen. Everything I've had, everything I've played with, everything I've collected, it's just GW's imagery is like ingrained in my brain. Gatekeeping is annoying. Yeah, for sure. But no one should really, at the end of the day, if you bring a 3D printed army to play, that's awesome. Like, the fact that you're even playing the game is great. So, you should just do what you want to do and fuck the noise. That's what I say. Avatars of War. The guy who sculpts for Avatars of War, they've been around for a while. Felix Panigua, I think is his last name. He sculpted a lot of the characters that came out in 7th edition for dwarves. So you have a lot of very overlapping styles. The characters specifically in the Avatars of War range look straight up like GW, because he did them for GW. And then he went off and did his own thing, which is very, like, fantasy-coded. It isn't really a different hobby. 3D, well, it's a representation of Games Workshop stuff if you want a 3D print. It's the same hobby. It's you're doing Warhammer. You're creating miniatures for tabletop gaming in Warhammer. Yeah, again, a lot of what miniature stuff can be is budget. It can be aesthetic choice. It can be mostly it's budget. If you do any hobby, money comes first. This is not something you need to survive. This is something you need to be happy, right? And unfortunately, happiness comes with a price. So, you know, for budget reasons, I mean, people do take to 3D printing. For aesthetic choices, people take to 3D printing. Some people just don't like the sculpts, and that's fine. Art's subjective. You're always kind of just wanting to see what you enjoy. And if you don't enjoy the look of a GW Mini, don't buy them. Don't use them. You know, I love these. I'm very much compelled to keep buying them. But it really does boil down to kind of like what you've got going on. Gundam. Does Gundam have 3D printing? Do they do that stuff? I have no clue. The Rangers are good. Yeah, the Rangers are really good. The Rangers, though, so the only kit that I think came out in legitimate, like, injection molded plastic was the Slayers. So they're going to pretty much build up like a GW kit, but the other ones are a weird, semi-hard thing. Like, I don't think the Rangers are like your typical injection molded stuff. But he's good. His sculpts are amazing. Yeah, he's awesome. PVC. They're a little bit strange. But again, you know, there's a million different miniature people out there who create things and have their own identity with visuals, and, you know, it's really just up to you and who you want to support and what you like looking at and what your budget, you know, tells you. It is, yeah. You can't do much with them, but the sculpts are good. At the end of the day, by the gods, we do this hobby for fun. And, yeah. Cloud, hello, sir. I mean, even Mom's Miniatures are pretty good. Mom's Miniatures makes probably the best golems for dwarves I've ever seen. There's a few brands out there that you can kind of dip into. Highland Miniatures, Mom's Miniatures, Avatars of War is like a classic one. That was around, I think, when Fantasy was around, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so it's just about finding what you enjoy. What do you like looking at? Because by the gods, this is a hobby where you look at stuff. I like looking at you. Well, you can't see me. Not right now, at least. What I should be doing is building another, let's just build the organ guns. This is fine for now. Get back to scraping these after. Alrighty. Ye good old organ guns. Which are a little bit sus. Yes, sir, we are. Do you know if it's on Twitch? Or is it going to be on YouTube? It's going to be on YouTube? Okay, sure. It would be pretty nuts if they actually do announce 40k Total War. I feel like Dawn of War 4 is just kind of dead in the water if they do. Like, completely. Like, yikes. But I do like Dawn of War. It's just Total War is too nuts. Mochi's going to be here, yeah. I don't think he's going to be on this channel, but Within the next day or so, I have the final piece of the stream arriving, so I have to kind of put everything together, and then he'll be here. I'm just waiting for one more thing. And he will make his reappearance. Yeah, we've got some stuff to do in here. I have to clean out the room a little bit more. I got to bring in the new wheel. I have to set up some stuff in the background. I have to thoroughly vacuum everything for this rat to be in here. So he's good. The baby rat. Quinn, hello, sir. I feel like there's no, I was thinking about that too. I'm like, why not just reskin Total War and bring out Age of Sigmar? But that would be such a cop-out. That'd be so lazy. But that's pretty much what they would do. Like, building the game up again for the sake of, like, Sword and Board would be a process. Maybe. Yeah, technically. But 40k Total War would be utterly insane. Absolutely nuts. Yeah, we'll see. Mochi Cam. That is making a return, yes. Give me one sec. Let's see if this actually works. Hmm. 2 minutes. I'm just going to walk around so I can stretch my legs. I'll be right back. Oh, my stream deck's not on. You think Joseph Bugman's going to be in there? I mean, yes, as a hero, I agree. He needs to be there. He needs to be there. Yeah, I agree. If you're going to add anything, put in Joseph Bugman. I'll be right back. 2 minutes. We've got 30 minutes or so. Is it just going to be on the Total War channel, you think? It's 30 minutes. Oh, it's not live. Oh, here it is. Okay. I am on their page at least, which is good. We are set. It's going live right now. It just went live. And I can't even hear it on stream. Aux input. So it shouldn't be aux input. It should be the other one. Well, they're going to go live in 30 seconds. What do you think is a good way as an EU person to find paint for Warhammer minis online? You're looking for paint? Maybe going to, like, miniature, like, well, you can find paint at, like, hobby stores. Typically, any store that's going to sell miniatures of, like, any kind, Warhammer, fuck, what do they even put out these days? Kings of War, I don't know. A hobby store. A miniature store. So what I would suggest is maybe looking around locally first as to any stores that might be in the area, because they usually stock different paint brands. And then from that, you can kind of, you know, say, hey, this is what I want to try, blah, blah, blah. You can look up YouTube videos to see which ones you might find interesting first, ideally. So that's what I would say. You're probably going to want to look for stores locally that will sell the stuff, depending on where you live. And Warhammer is in, yeah, there's a lot of stuff in Europe for Warhammer. If you're in the UK, you've got no shortage, but yeah. You have got no shortage of paints. It truly is a very open market. Choose what you will. Pick what you want. I'm sure even the manufacturers, if you go to, like, you could buy from Games Workshop, you could buy from Army Painter, you can You know, get Duncan Roads, Two Thin Coats, I'm sure, in Europe. Amazon has it as well, yeah. There's a million places to find paint. Yeah, so in about 25 minutes, the Total War stream is going to be live. Which means that's... Well, that means we're going to watch that, so... Yeah, roughly 25 minutes or so. And we are situated... Where do you live? Like, where do you live exactly? What country? Italy. But you've probably got a shit ton of stuff in Italy, no? Warhammer's decently popular in Italy. There's a lot of, like, model-making, miniature stuff in Italy, if I'm not mistaken. Do you need to find it online? Is there no, like, local store you can kind of check out? Noxian, hello, sir. We are going to be watching a Total War announcement and then getting on League and looking at everything that has been announced. So today's a good day. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, so you want to order stuff then. Have you tried going on Google and just typing in Warhammer stores near me? You could try that. Hey, thank you, sir. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, what I would say is literally go on Google and type in, like, Warhammer stores near me. You probably want to buy within Italy, and you've got stuff. There's tons of stuff, I'm sure. And if you find, you know, a local store, click on the website, and they should sell multiple types of paint. And Warhammer is not necessarily like, oh, it's going to be a Games Workshop. If you put Warhammer in, stores that sell miniatures will show up. Neither did I. Noxian, thank you, man. Appreciate it, sir. You don't need Citadel paint, yeah. Vallejo, Two Thin Coats, Army Painter. Whatever you decide on taking is just up to you. I mean, I like Citadel. I've used Citadel paints forever. I've used Army Painter. I've tried a bit of Vallejo. And the fact that it's in a dropper bottle is, like, goated. But I think for most people, you know, if you view Citadel, it's just kind of like a convenience. You buy miniatures, you buy paint, it's all in one spot. I do like them, though, but yeah, they're a little bit pricey, and there's no dropper. Sorted. Hello, sir. Tooth and Coats is pretty cool. I've wanted to try Tooth and Coats. I think I'm just going to be stuck with GW stuff, but that's fine. When I need to paint, I will bust them out and do something. I need my third color. You don't even need... You know what? I would say your best bet then maybe is just getting like a paint starter set. That may be good. And there's a bunch of those out there. Different sets for different brands of paint. Even different sets for different types of painting. Pizza, hello, sir. Army Painter is usually pretty good. Yeah, Army Painter is pretty nice. Army Painter is a very widely purchased, praised staple in the paint industry for like miniature hobbying. They're good. Yeah, some people exclusively paint with Army Painter. Some people do Vallejo. Some people do Citadel. So it really just depends on, you know, what you want to do, and if you like those colors, if you like the way they function. Army Painter is good. Yeah, a lot of good brands. I've used Army Painter. I think the dropper bottle stuff is amazing, which is something you just don't get with Citadel. I feel like GW needs to dial in with tools and paint. Just bring the fucking dropper bottles out, you know what I mean? Bring out tools that are good. Good. Like, it's not that GW should be like the leading thing in every sort of miniature, you know, tool or paint or anything like that, but typically when you go into a Games Workshop, the best things in there are the miniatures. Everything else you could be like, oh, maybe I don't want those. Yeah, I mean, the old paint pots, my nostalgic, I've got a rack of the old paint pots. They were made in France for a bit. It's the black cap, the flips. They look like, well, the previous ones were like twist caps, and they kind of look like bolter shells. The ones after that are my nostalgia, but they dry pretty quickly. The bottles are not good. Yeah. RAM kit ASAP. I don't even need RAM. This PC has like 60 gigabytes of RAM. Other people might, though. I mean, some people I know end up not selling, but they replace all their Citadel pots with like dropper bottles, which is a process, but you can do it. And I think it's just so much more convenient, but you do have to take the time to kind of piece everything together. Some people will, some people won't. It's probably worth the switch if you paint a lot. Welcome to PC Parts. Yes, sir. I've got the new Ungrim, yeah. He's just in a bin somewhere. He is in a bin in a store. When I was cleaning out this room a little while ago, I ended up putting a lot of stuff in storage, and he is gone. He's somewhere in a bin, and I'm not really keen on digging him out because I don't even want to make, like, a Slayer host right now. But I do have him. Him and the Gunthane, they're fucking gone. I bought them when they first came out. I looked them over, and I'm like, damn, these are nice, and then they're in a bin. Unfortunately. He's pretty nice, though. Very, very nice. He is a lovely rendition. Well, that's true. I mean, I still have the original Perry one from, like, 4th or 5th edition. And, I like that one. Over the years, I've tried to do more with him. Back in, like, 8th edition, I tried to make him more modernized, I guess, but... No, he's cool as shit. Yeah. But I just don't have time to paint things that I'm not necessarily going to play with, at least right now. Shmeenus. Well, they do have those. There is a dwarf named Long Drong, so, you know. I have some paints coming in this weekend. That's good, sir. You've been converted. Which brand did you go with? A convert. Now you can paint Old World and not 40K. Join us. Oh. Yeah, he was, well, you know, those conversions were a lot easier back in the day when you can buy individual minis. Not 40K. No, you're good, sir. Everyone does 40K. The, back in the day when you could buy individual bits, it was a lot easier to kind of make those conversions. Because I think that one was, what, King Ulrich with Thorgrim and another one. It was a trio of characters that you had to chop up to even make him. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's a bit... In today's times, that's pretty sacrilegious, considering those minis are not readily available. I've seen people print King Ulrich. Like, people have scanned that guy and have chopped him up. Speed paints and acrylics. That's cool. I do have AOS. No, you're good, man. Hey, paint what you want, play what you want. It's a whole different ballgame when you get painting. You will get sucked in. Driven by the urge to keep doing Warhammer. That's true. That's usually that's usually how that works. It's not that you can't find discounted Warhammer though, because like you can find Warhammer everywhere, but it's an expensive hobby, even if you find sales. Everything about this hobby is expensive. The time, the miniatures, the paint, the tools, all of it is pricey. It is a little bit ridiculous, but it's also something that can take you a very long time to do. So, the mental. Well, the mental in completing a fucking army is ridiculous sometimes. Like, you really have to play it out for a bit to even, like, paint blocks of infantry. Unless you love it. And for me, I don't mind, so that's cool. It does, yeah, for sure. You just spend more time thinking about things, building things. Once you've got an army and you can play, you're pretty much in there. Or, you know, read the books. Like, there's a million ways to get invested beyond, like, you know, playing the game. No, well, every store that isn't Games Workshop sells Warhammer cheaper than Games Workshop. That's usually their agreement. Yeah. Okay, well, the stream is going to go live in about 4 minutes. It's on right now. There's 15,000 people watching, so we're going to hop over in 1 second. Imagine if it's not Nagash and it's just like a Dwarven DLC. The might of the Karazhan Corps. That'll never happen, but that's cool. It is, yeah. That's the agreement they have, though, with GW. Local game stores are meant to be selling things cheaper. But the thing about Games Workshop is that you can still support the people who work there because they do get paid. I'm sure it's like a commission thing, if I'm not mistaken. And I do. I support GW. I like the guys who work at the one near me, and, you know, I find that completely fair. But I do also buy Warhammer for cheap, like, compared to what it is at GW, so. Anyways. Let's go watch the Total War reveal. Here it is. What is it going to be? What's it gonna be? I mean, we are getting end times. If they do end up announcing a Total War 40k, that would be absolutely fucking insane, but it's still a matter of... Sec. I don't even know. You know what? Didn't they just release Tides of Torment and now they're doing an End Times DLC, like, right off the bat? Isn't that kind of weird? Yeah. Well, Hang on, let's see if this is... Oh, is Tides releasing in 1 minute? Is it really? Fuck, multiplayer's doomed. Oh my god. Well, this isn't a gash. This is gonna be a DLC. This is the next DLC. Unless he's free. If he's free, well, that's a bold move. Nagash, Glotkin, Storm Fiends, the Blight Knight dudes, the big Pox gorillas. Forgot their names. In terms of other things in the end times, by God, it's been too long. They're gonna have to refresh my memory. Thankwell, right. Thankwell on Bone Ripper. Thankwell being... No, he's gonna be there on Bone Ripper. Yeah, that's a big fucking dude. Yeah. Some Empire stuff would be great. That's very cool. Very cool. Here it is. What's it gonna be? Oh, shit.
Set and action.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Total War Anniversary Showcase.
Oh my god, it's Cathay. It's not Cathay. You know what I've longed to see in Total War? Is people brace for charges. Like, it's been something that for some reason has never been in Total War, like Warhammer, where you've got like Dwarf Warriors holding shields, but they just accept the charge and die.
Community Manager across the Total War franchise. On behalf of everyone at Creative Assembly, we're thrilled to be here with you today to celebrate one truly monumental milestone, the 25th anniversary of this iconic strategy franchise. Throughout this year, we've been celebrating the legacy of Total War by shining a spotlight on each of the games that we've released since the year 2000. But today, we look forward to the future and the exciting next generation for the franchise. This showcase is your front row seat to everything we've been eagerly building behind the scenes. Across fantasy and historical Total War, we're working on a range of projects that span different eras, styles, and stages of development. And now, we finally get to share them with you.
I'm not really big on the historical stuff, but
updates,
I guess we'll see.
New ideas, or glimpses into the future of Total War. There's something here for every kind of strategist. So without further ado, let's jump into things with a quick message from a true veteran of the studio. Someone who's had a part to play in almost every Total War game.
Thanks, Steve. I first walked through the doors of Creative Assembly in November 1999. Hoping to land my next role in game development. Little did I know that during my interview, I would be shown an early glimpse of Shogun Total War. Over 25 years later, you've conquered history's most pivotal eras, witnessing the fall of Rome, surviving the turbulence of the Middle Ages, and establishing empires at the dawn of the modern world. You've also crossed dimensions into one of fantasy's most iconic settings, conquering the vast Warhammer world with legendary warriors in conflicts that defy reality. Thanks to your support, we get to continue pushing the boundaries of what Total War is capable of. So whether you're a fan
the historic stuff is not bad, but
titles,
it's not for everyone. Not everyone's interested in like real world things.
Ensuring everyone playing our game.
But that's what they started with, right? So
one more turn.
It only makes sense that they would pick up the
what better
Warhammer
place
IP.
to begin the celebrations than with an early look at what's to come in Total War Warhammer.
Ooh, Nagash, the fetid, foul necromancer.
This isn't just another update. It's the
Dwarves.
end of the world.
He's back. And this time,
It's not gonna be
he's
dwarves.
more determined than ever.
Growing up, Warhammer was easily one of my favorite pastimes. I fondly remember buying
Is that Archon
countless
the Black
copies
in the
of
right?
White Dwarf,
I think I saw Archon.
reading the battle reports within,
Archon?
and dreaming of what I might buy from the mailer at the back of each magazine.
Kind of looks like him.
Many of my teammates at Creative Assembly share the same deep love for Warhammer and the hobby that surrounds it. And nearly 10 years into developing content for this incredible series, the excitement is as strong as ever. Each new character, faction, or creature we work on brings fresh energy to the team. The diversity of the lore ensures that every faction is distinct in its design, filled with rich stories and larger-than-life personalities. It's that variety and depth that keeps the project exciting for us, and it continues to be an amazing world to help bring to life. When we first set out to develop this series, our aim was to do something that no other Warhammer game had done before, to create a definitive strategy game experience that spanned the four corners of this amazing fantasy world, with the aim of including as much of Games Workshop's iconic lore, characters, creatures, and key events as possible. It's certainly been a journey of a lifetime for us, one that we've loved sharing with you and hearing your experiences of forging empires, felling enemies, and venturing to the darkest corners of the Warhammer world. But we aren't ready for it to end just yet. Next year, we need you to join the forces of Order, Chaos, or the Undead for a war that will determine the fate of this world.
There he is, the freak. The freak himself. I mean, he's going to be massive, though. Like, he's absolutely insanely huge.
The great
Well, actually, not really. Oh, there's Archon the Black. Okay. Manfred's there.
rise, my mortals. You will come to me and submit.
No! What the fuck? Oh, thank God. Dwarf DLC!
And witness my ascension.
Why would you have that happen? Neferata? Yeah, the Mortards? I don't know who that is. Is it Conrad? Is he still kicking? Manfred? Was that Conrad? Was that really him? Oh my God, Cetra.
Does not serve. Citra rules.
Damn.
Be it.
The Nagash looks pretty damn cool, though. He really does.
This world will kneel.
I figured he'd be a little bit bigger. Just slightly. Oh, the Black Pyramid. His untapped power. Lords of the End Times. That's cool. So why even release the last DLC? Oh, Cetra's not done yet. He is the imperishable, after all.
That's right. Nagash has arisen, and he's bringing the apocalypse with him. He and his undead legions are finally invading Total War Warhammer in summer 2026 with the Lords of the End Times pack.
Damn.
And he's not coming alone either. 3 other iconic legendary lords from the End Times will be joining the fight, along with
Was
terrifying new
Conrad in
units,
the End Times? I can't
devastating
remember.
mechanics,
Was
and
he?
lore-inspired objectives.
He must have been.
And yes, we've got a brand new free legendary lord for everyone to enjoy. For those who don't know, the End Times is basically the Warhammer Apocalypse, and it's the ultimate battle between the forces of good and evil. During this event, Archaon the Ever-Chosen leads the forces of chaos in a final assault to destroy the world. But as the forces of destruction rise, legendary heroes and factions from across the world form uneasy alliances to resist annihilation. And as we announced earlier this year, Warhammer 1 and 2 owners can also join in on the action, as Immortal Empires is now accessible to all players who own one of the games from the trilogy. We're incredibly excited for our players to experience this content as we celebrate an amazing 10 years of working on this game. Whether you're a veteran or returning after time away, there's never been a better moment to dive in. This isn't just another update, it's the end of the world.
And the beginning of a new one.
Nagash isn't just a villain, he is the king of the undead. This is the ancient evil who turned Nehekara into a lifeless desert to claim dominion over the dead. His first attempt to extend that desert to the entire world failed, but he is back. And this time, he is more determined than ever. To bring that presence to life, we focused on making him feel truly imposing. As the greatest of all necromancers and wizards, he is a figure above politics and mortal concerns. He does not need to motivate anyone. He simply states what will happen. His goal from the beginning is clear. To turn the world into a land of the dead. His undead corruption spreads relentlessly as he claims lost power, seizing the Black Pyramid, gathering his scattered books, and raising armies that stir simply from his presence. And he doesn't come alone. Nagash can summon his Mortarks by moving them from other factions. Arthur the Black, for example, who abandons his Tomb King ties to write a Dread Abyssal and flood the world in deadly witchlight. Nagash's arrival brings not only doom, but a unique undead roster that draws from both the Vampire Counts and Tomb Kings, uniting ancient death and vampiric horror under one banner. From the crypts and catacombs rise ancient figures like Warlock Harkon, the ruthless Blood Knight whose blade has...
Oh, is that who it was then? I think the stream died for some people. Is that who it was? Something... Error code out of memory. I think my PC sucks. I guess that's who it was. Why would it be Conrad?
A colossal wall construct that stomps and flies across the battlefield like a walking apocalypse.
What the fuck?
With all this in mind, Nagash's goal remains unchanged. He seeks to reclaim enough power to choke the life from the world itself, binding all undead to his will in a single, world-ending ritual, as is his grand design.
Bringing the end times to Total War Warhammer meant more than adding new content. It meant reshaping the very fabric of the campaign map to reflect the devastation unleashed by a host of apocalyptic events. Depending on their choices, players will witness a Warhammer world transformed. Lush meadows now drawn in molten rivers from volcanic eruptions. Earthquakes split the land into colossal fissures, rendering cities into ruins beyond repair. Craters from warp-fueled meteors scar the terrain, and entire continents may be left barren. The campaign map has never felt so apocalyptic and alive, and we're thrilled for players to shape their own vision of it. Of course, such devastation means new battlefields. Our team has crafted epic new maps to reflect the chaos. Players can expect battles fought within the sunken ground of an earthquake fissure, with lava pouring from all sides, fighting at the very edge of an erupting volcano, or in giant craters created from warpstone meteor showers. It's nothing short of the monumental destruction only the end times could bring. We've really
Wait, so does the whole map just immediately get fucked?
As immersive to play through as possible. One of the most haunting new settlement locations.
What if I don't want all my Karax completely destroyed?
The dread fortress of Nagash himself. With its towering necromantic architecture, glowing skulls, and eerie green witchlight.
I mean, I'm not really a campaign player. I kind of just want to see what other units come out.
The environment team have
I think it's going to be a new campaign. It might be.
Crafting a map that feels
or what if the map just...
So let's take a brief look
the
at
end times happens and all of these things start to slowly emerge.
World die.
Nagash sounds good, though. He sounds cool. He sounds suitably evil.
Let chaos claim it.
Why are all the... You should see the chat room. Everyone's so salty. Skip it. Total War is so boring.
Chasms to bleed it.
These people are weird.
Life failed it.
Gamers, yeah, true. They're a little bit impatient, yeah.
World dies.
I think it's awesome. Well, it's YouTube chat. Everyone is so angry.
My domain.
Cool. Bring the troll hammers.
Hello there. I'm Lord Master of Sotech.
Oh, is he really on here? Sotech made it? That's awesome.
Twitch and YouTube channel and other stuff where I talk about and
That's very
focus
cool.
on
That Sotech's
Warhammer
actually
fantasy,
on
lore, and
the
literature,
Total War
and some other
live stream.
things. And today I'm going to be serving you as the herald of the end times. But I'm not alone, because I'm joined by Rich, Victor, and Todor, who you are likely familiar with at this point. And today we're going to be chatting about the Lords of the End Times. So to start us off, is this really the end for Total War Warhammer? Like, is this the final thing, which a lot of people have feared?
It is, I know. It's the historical guys who really don't want
not.
this. Yeah.
This is just a moment in the Warhammer lifetime, and there's going to be more content still to come after this, I'm pleased to say.
Excellent. That is what I very much like to hear. So getting into the actual content itself, what is the End Times going to be bringing to the game that's going to change our experiences for people that are familiar with Immortal Empires and have played hundreds of campaigns? What is the End Times specifically going to be doing to shake up the experience?
So, first of all, we're bringing a set of characters. One of them we'll discuss a bit later here. And there is another significant update that comes to the Immortal Empires that aims to bring the End Times to your campaign while respecting the rules of the sandbox. So what we want to try and achieve is
Bro, everyone in the chat room is so
make the later
toxic.
stages of your campaign more
Holy
interesting,
shit, it's like playing League of Legends.
Keep the choices impactful, keep the stakes high, and
Not the
we're
final
doing
DLC.
that by
There shouldn't be a final
introducing
DLC. This game makes a
end-time
lot of money.
scenarios,
It does
which
well.
You might think are a bit
Bro,
like
look at the YouTube chat
current
room.
existing
It's so
crisis,
toxic.
but
Look at this.
They are different from them in various ways. Like, for example, an end time scenario comes in phases. So
Oh,
there will
get
be
a
a
life.
build-up,
Get a life.
there will be phases of actions, and at the end there is a culmination battle. Well, the entire scenario is resolved.
Holy
and you might
Mr.
be
White.
able to overcome the challenge, the end times. You might be able to survive, or you might fail, and you might have to live with the consequences, or not live at all. An example of such a end time scenario is related to the most powerful necromancer in the world, who at some point might suddenly decide that he wants to exert his will over everything that has died. But to do that, he needs to make everyone dead. So this is something that you need to face and overcome. In addition to that, there are some significant changes while the end time scenario takes place to the visuals of the campaign and in battle, and also to the audio. So you will have all this different atmosphere related to Nagash or perhaps Archeon.
Speaking of that particular big man himself, while today we are going to be celebrating quite a bit and giving the great necromancer his due, as he always deserves, ultimately he's kind of interrupting someone else's party, which is the one that kicks off the end times and ends up ending it. Archeon himself, is there going to be anything new, anything exciting that fans of Archeon can be looking forward to with the end times?
I must admit, while I admire Nagash, Archeon is truly the closest one to my heart, and I love playing campaigns with him and uniting the forces of chaos and raining destruction upon the hapless rest of the world. So we are doing new things for Archeon. One of those we're trying to refresh his entire experience by introducing a narrative feature that aims to put the player into the shoes and boots and mount of the 13th ever chosen. So this will be the story of how you, as Archeon, in your campaign, you bring about the end times. And in addition to that, we really want to update the visuals of Archeon's model. So
That's cool.
You know, he received the proper visual quality that the 13th ever chosen deserves.
Well, it's excellent to know that Archeon's dressing up for the occasion. He needs to. It's technically it's his affair. He needs to look the part, so that's great. But ultimately, we're not really here to talk about him. As much as we all love him, he's a bit old news. We're here for the big man, the big, great necromancer himself, the father of all of our favorite undead. What is Nagash gonna be doing for Total War? Oh my goodness, what is he going to be bringing to the game? Clearly a lot of teal and destruction and death from the looks of things.
Nagash is the supreme lord.
The YouTube comments are so
and he will be the ultimate necromancer in our game. He's all about power. Dark,
Why would anyone even want to read the
lost
YouTube
and
chat if it's
reclaimed,
this toxic? I don't think
power
logically you
to
should.
end the world. In battle, he will also be able to command a vast roster of different undead units from the currently existing farms. And
it's
some new
people
ones
are very
specifically
miserable
unique
over
to him.
nothing.
And on the campaign map, he will spread death across the land because he's not interested in conquest. He wants
You're not
to
wrong.
reshape the world in his image, making it a lifeless desert. This is his ambition to rule over everything because this way they're obedient and subservient to him. And we want to give this power fantasy to the player. It's not that you are the hero in this case, you are the end. And this is the power fantasy drenched in the dark tone of Warhammer. When playing with Nagash, you will be having these mechanics that allow you to construct necropolises over where vibrant jungles used to be, and the change is permanent there. So this is how we imagine Nagash to be.
Permanent? Oh, okay.
Well, if you defeat the faction like in totality, you'll be able to revert some of that.
Sounds pretty difficult to get rid of, but such is the power of Nagash. But as
is there an old chat? You're right, that's top chat. What does that even mean?
Is there going to be anything special magic-wise, like maybe something new?
Yes. He comes with his own spell lore, inspired by the tabletop, and there'll be spells that are
the Hand of Dust.
No! And we'll be making them in a way that
characters.
plays in the spirit of Total War. So not a direct translation, but inspired and certainly the flavor of the tabletop.
So we hear a lot from beloved and very trustworthy naysayer Manfred von Karstein that Nagash is weak. He's been saying that for years at this point. What is Nagash going to be bringing to the game that sets him apart from our other undead, our vampire counts, Tomb Kings, etc.?
I can give you one thing. He's going to be bringing all of that good stuff that you just mentioned together. So he's going to be in command of the vampire counts, the vampire coast, and the Tomb Kings. He is the proper puppet master of them all, which I think is going to be a lovely, nod back to what we all enjoyed in Warhammer in the past, having control of all of this undeath. He's also then, as we were talking about before, having that corruption element, where once he's seeded himself into this world, he's going to kill everything off, and nothing's going to be able to come back from it. So he's going to be super exciting to play.
That is pretty exciting, but while Nagash, he always stands above the great god of death, he does have to delegate to somebody. Is there any other kind of features or minions or anyone what is he going to be relying upon to bring the world to ultimate silence?
So, first of all, it's important to say that unlike other undead factions that are comprised of different characters with different complicated relations, Nagash's faction is Nagash, his race is Nagash, everything revolves around Nagash and his will and his ultimate ambition to dominate over a dead world. In order to achieve that, he relies on his corruption, he relies over all the variety of undead units that he has under his command.
Everyone's just so,
on the
I don't know, brother. Whatever you do, don't get involved in like internet affairs sometimes.
Battle,
you don't be one of these chatters.
And you will command
they're making Twitch channel good.
And in addition to that, he has also relies and demands the support of his Mortarchs, who are these special characters that are obedient to him and serve his will. And in the game, we're representing, I believe, all of them, Victor?
All 9 of them. the ones that were present in the End Times books.
So the canon ones, very
I can't
fun.
remember
The
half of
canon
them.
ones, so you can expect that when you play Nagash, they'll be doing their own things that are currently in Total War, those of them that are already there. And in time, when you grow strong enough, you'll be able to exert your will and call them to you. You will be able to choose in what sequence you, in what order you summon them. Some will be easier, some will be harder to dominate. And you'll be able to make them stronger in the process. Like when they become his lieutenants, they don't do it out of pure adoration. Some of them do, like Arkan, but others are just tempted by power. So when they become Mortarchs, they will receive new abilities, some stat boosts. Some of them get special.
It is
mounts, like
bad.
the Dread
It's really bad.
Abyssals
Don't read it. Just
allow them to,
don't read it. It's hard
into
to not
battle.
look at it because it's on my screen, but it's
they'll
bad.
also, like, when they join you, they'll be like bringing their lens with you, so to speak, but you'll be draining them
It is
of
crazy to
life in
think,
the
though,
way.
that like
Yeah.
the Tides of
Those
Torment
weird
DLC
everything.
just came out,
So
and I feel like
with
it's
a
already being
proper
overshadowed by
upgrade
this.
for those Mortarchs,
Even though
which
this
is
isn't
very
out until
exciting,
next
and
year.
Probably some goodies I imagine the other undead will be looking to as well when it makes sense.
But maybe not, though,
you
because I
can
mean,
expect that all these new toys that we are
it is playable,
adding,
and this isn't for the time
where-
being. So
where appropriate, we'll be receiving other factions like vampire counts will be receiving access to them.
That's all really exciting. I can't wait to just collect the full set of them. For those of us that have that kind of completionist itch, there's something very nice about having that full little grouping under Nagash's claw. But speaking of other just exciting things that are going to be happening with the End Times and or Nagash, what would you say for you personally is going to be the most exciting thing that's coming with all of this exciting new DLC and content?
Well, one itch I've been wanting to scratch is to get the Realm of Chaos battlefields actually into Immortal Empires. As you know, they don't feature within that map at the moment. So this is a new way in which we want you to experience those larger-than-life, colourful battlefields that the Realms of Chaos each have. And there'll be ways for you to transport yourself to those battlefields, to have those epic battles with the adversaries, the demons and the like, and have a lot of fun there and bring much more life and flair to Immortal Empires.
So having those maps where we're fighting in the realm of Slanesh and
Yeah.
Nurgle and all those horrible but so beloved dark gods.
Exactly that.
Wow, just to build up a bit on that, like for me as a player, like some of the best battlefield maps we've done is in the Realm of Chaos.
they
and
do
now
look
that
really nice.
Immortal
The
Empires
fact that you
become
can't
the
play half of them in
definitive way to
multiplayer without
experience
mods
Total
is pretty
Warhammer,
rough.
I'm kind of missing on those.
That's
so
something
I'm glad
they
we're
should do,
adding them
man.
in.
Why
For me
don't they have so
personally,
many more
the big
like
thing
campaign
with
maps
this, DLC
in
is
multiplayer? I guess it'd be hard to
cataclysmic
kind of like
events, or
dictate
what we internally call
what
devastation.
map is what and
which
you know
can see-
deployment and stuff like
Is
that.
that why
But it's so
Lustria
much
and
more
everything
flavor.
is burning and on fire horribly?
We wanted to show
I wish they
the
would do
change
that
in the
because they
world
have them in like
a
Total
visual way that
Tavern
is more
with like
dramatic than
turns
what
like
we
map
currently
pack
can
for
do
like
with just
competitive
corruption.
multiplayer,
Corruption
but
changes a bit, the
in standard
environment, but
ladder,
not to
it's just not
this
even there.
extent. So we'd like.
Well,
with
the game is not
scenario
balanced anyways. Bro, there's so many
really
units
truly
that shit on other units. It's
apocalyptic
inherently not really a balanced game,
things to
but like
happen, like
for the
volcanoes
sake of
erupting,
flavor and Warhammer, it should be there.
fissures opening up,
Like who wouldn't
bottomless
want to go
chasms
battle
and,
in
meteors falling
Nurgle's
down,
garden?
splintered from the Chaos
Well,
Moon.
no one wants to,
And,
but it'd
we'd
be
like
cool
that
to see.
Change the campaign map rather permanently.
That'd be fun.
And to provide different gameplay there once that change
They should
happens
implement more of
for
that.
certain-
Like,
it will
we
be
just don't
triggered in
have
some
any
cases by the
multiplayer
game. In some
content.
instances, factions
But that's
will be
fine.
able to wield it like a super weapon. In some cases, the players
What if they have a
themselves will
multiplayer
be able
update?
to use them, but like there will be examples in the lore we would like to really show visually, and also with music. We are writing bespoke music for those events. Like when a certain endgame scenario happens, you as a player will know you're in this moment that things are changing. Like the visuals of the campaign map will change, the mood there, the music, and just the color palette and the special effects around the campaign map will be different. And also in the battle maps, there will be different skyboxes.
Yeah.
Like when the Chaos Moon sleeve is hanging low, close to the world, you'll be able to see that on battle maps.
That's
and
cool.
All these new images and visuals we hope to really show the end times.
Yeah, we got lava and wildfires and craters and pits, and so this will be affecting actual game. It's not just cosmetic. This will be affecting actual gameplay on the campaign.
Yes,
and
yes.
stuff.
On the campaign map, the provinces will work in a different way after a cataclysmic event has happened to them, and there will be also different battle maps too.
I'm okay with that, but our jungles.
No.
Realms of Chaos battlefields and Devastation is cool. I really admire them.
What I'm most excited about personally is the narrative chains that we're preparing for the new lords we're introducing, and also some of the existing lords, to be perfectly frank. And I'm really, really curious and excited as a Total War player to see how we will be able to tell the story of Nagash's rise to power and his domination over the world, while still retaining the sandbox and retaining that player agency and the player
since
choice.
this is the end times,
regardless of which
what if
character
they
you're
brought
picking,
out
you'll have the ability
a mini
to get
game where you play as
involved in
Belagar
these
fighting
storylines
Queek.
of like the rise of Nagash and stuff, even though you're
And
playing
it's like,
such and such way on the other side of the planet. You can,
it's
if
like
you
a
want, you can
2D
get really involved with these storylines.
hack and slash.
Well, yeah, if you're not playing as Nagash,
For honor thing.
it's very likely that you will have
It's
to
not gonna happen, but that'd
survive
be cool.
the rise of power of Nagash. Whereas if you play as Nagash, you will be the one that rises to power step by step while you are doing your conquest and your spread of corruption and the extinguishing.
Where is Sigmar? Well, Sigmar shows
extinguishing
up
of
with
life around it.
Franz.
Excellent.
He takes
So,
over Franz.
For a lot of us players, this is incredibly exciting, and there's a lot of changes and just wild things happening.
It's
and
true.
everything's quite
Well, that
literally on
also
fire.
implies that Belagar would be
And
dead, and
although
you know,
we've touched a little bit on it, just to
everything's
be
already
kind of
gone downhill.
Clear
But
when it comes to the end
they
times as an
probably make
experience.
reference of that.
This is
You have
this
to
is
construct
still
the door.
focusing on that
In Karazakrak, you have to build the
sandbox
door,
experience
or
of
you
Total
get
War Warhammer.
automatically
It's not
assassinated by
purely
Snitch,
narrative,
like,
but it has
2
narrative
turns in.
aspects, but it's still sticking to the core.
It is what it
fundamentals.
is.
Yeah, as you know, Total War is a storytelling machine, and we want players to be able to still tell their own stories through the sandbox
Reinforced
nature that
Dowie
we
hinges.
offer. So with the end times now
Ancestral
featuring Immortal
engineering
Empires, exactly
techniques.
that. You can go ahead and, as we talked about earlier, play as Archaon and destroy this world, end it completely. But on the flip side, we want to let you have those different stories, also things that maybe didn't happen, but you'd like to think how they might have played out.
Thorgrim Living.
Nagash taking over the world and bringing death to it, or whatever else you can think of for that matter.
I know many people who are going to be hopping right into Karl Franz Saves the Day.
Hope so.
We're exploring different apocalyptic scenarios that could have ended the world in the canon, but didn't, because we all know Chaos won. But we're looking for other what-if possibilities that could have happened.
Well, that is all extremely exciting stuff in my very, very biased but
Pretty
professional
much, yeah.
opinion. But beyond the end times, is there anything else we all can be looking forward to for Total War Warhammer?
So, one very important thing that we're all quite excited about to announce is that with the release of the Lord of the End
What
Times
is it?
pack, you no longer need to own Warhammer 1 or Warhammer 2 or Warhammer
Really?
3 to experience the Immortal Empires. You can purchase just one of the packs and you will gain access to the Immortal Empires, where you can play with what you have purchased against everything else that's in the campaign. So you can purchase just Nagash from your shirt.
Well, I don't
and
even know
play
how they're
as
going to-
Nagash from your shirt.
Since it's
in
like
the
an
Immortal
ongoing
Empires
campaign, I don't
and,
think those events
extinguish
happen.
life in this doomed
Like, how can they
world.
force something to
So
happen on the
Nagash
campaign
Stan
map? Maybe
can
it's a
just come
quest.
in,
I'm not
buy
sure. I don't even
just
play
this,
campaign.
Get whole Immortal Empires and just go crazy and then be like, job done.
Exactly. This is an exciting moment for us all because we're lowering the entry point barrier for all of the players. So we're hoping to
I
introduce.
feel like Total War Warhammer is
new
probably the
players
most
that
expensive
want to
video game ever
experience
made, with all of its
this
DLC.
Magnificent spectacle.
Is
that
it,
the
you
Immortal
think?
Empires and Warhammer 3 Total War is.
Implying you buy all of the
Well,
DLC?
that is just amazing. I am so excited to see
No,
all
yeah,
of
yeah,
this
for the sake of, like,
come to
other
fruition,
events
all of your
for different
incredible
races.
hard work. Thank you so much to Rich, Victor, and Todor for joining me here to discuss the end times and what all it's bringing to us in the future, which is just, oof, can't wait. Thank you everyone so much at home for joining us. We hope that you had a good time, and we will see you around.
That was cool. I would have liked a little bit more information, but since it is very much about the campaign, and you know, you're going to get units
Total
in
War
multiplayer
has a
and shit,
long
but
and storied history. And alongside the game announcements we're sharing with you today, we'd like to reveal more about the latest evolution of the game engine that will be powering our future ambitions. To give you more of an insight into what's going on, I'm joined by Ellie and Roberto from our core technology team. Guys, do you want to do a quick introduction? Maybe Ellie, just tell us who you are and what you do.
Hi, I'm Ellie Corlander, and I'm the technical art director on Total War.
Perfect, thank you. And Roberto?
Roberto Girali, and I'm the core technology director for Total War.
Perfect. Thank you, guys, and thank you for joining me for this chat today.
Thank you.
So for those who maybe don't know, like me, what is
an engine? What
No,
does
this
the
is fine.
engine
It's
do
meant to
for Total
celebrate
War?
25 years. It's
So
fine.
it's the tools. It's the toolbox really of the game developers.
You sound like a
It's
YouTube
the
channel.
graphics renderer. It's core gameplay kind of components that the teams build upon to make our our game experiences unique. It's the animation system. There's a lot of core features that all of Total War games actually benefit from, and we build upon those in our unique products.
Why is Total War's engine so important?
Well,
Sims
the
3.
engine is the
It's a
foundation
PC.
for all our titles, and when we saw the incredible lineup ahead of us, well, we decided that we needed to level up our technology to support these fantastic visions. So it's quite an exciting challenge. We're a small team, we use proprietary tech, but we're really excited to bring something new to Total War. And so today we're happy to reveal the new iteration, the new evolution of the game engine, Worker, and we'd be happy to talk about it today.
Yeah, so I just wanted to talk a little bit about the current version of our engine. We started evolving that from 2009, and all the products you see.
Wait, so is this going to be in like the end times? Are they going? How do you even? What do you do with this new engine? Is it for 40K?
With the lineup of games we had and the features we wanted to deliver, we really had to redesign some of those foundations.
So this is taking what Total War is at its core and then taking it to that next level, like you said, leveling up, right? What does this mean for Total War players? What can they expect to see and experience in future Total War games?
We really wanted to upgrade the type of visuals you could see in the game, to keep, competitive with what everyone else is seeing in other games at the moment. Total War games are rendering so much on screen at the same time. You've got VFX, characters, massive battlefields. So many characters. We really had to rethink, how the techniques we use to render some of that stuff, because we wanted to upgrade the fidelity everywhere. Some of those
This will be
things
used in
include
40K.
new lighting techniques, dynamic shadowing. We've improved our screen space ambient occlusion, which means you're going to see much more fidelity in the self-shadowing of models on the terrain. Gives it much more realistic feel. The meshes and the textures now, because of improved rendering techniques, we're able to put more fidelity in those things and not compromise on that performance of gameplay.
It looks good.
We also have looked at new rendering techniques for VFX, so where you see projectiles,
Imagine
they'll be high
5K
fidelity
Thorgrim.
because we've now got a new ribbon
It's not
technology,
going to happen,
which
but
means we're not going to have so many
Jesus,
overlapping
that's for
particles,
40K.
which means
That's
it's
for-
more
come on, that's
performant
40K.
and means we can get
It's gonna happen.
crisper kind of projectile visuals.
Nice.
Yeah, our players may be familiar with Warscape, which is our renderer, and we've created a new version in Worker powered by
Probably.
DirectX 12.
We probably will at the
It's all
very
gonna
end of the show.
contribute towards the overall immersion of
40K Total War will be
of what our
announced at the
battles are
end
like,
of the
I
show.
guess, as well. And is this
Mark my words.
Does this apply to campaign as well? So these kind of like new lighting abilities and things like that we'll have in the game, will people see that across both campaign and battle?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah, yes, they will. It'll be across the renderer is kind of like a layer on top of the entire game engine, so you will see improvements in all areas.
Awesome.
On the battle side, we've actually decided to integrate Havoc and the physics system into our gameplay. It means that the
That's cool.
buildings are more dynamically destructible. You can
physics
then use
system.
that as part of your strategic gameplay to sort of
What if you had that in Total War?
pathfind
Like Warhammer?
to new areas of the map. It's
And the
Physics
battle
is
AI
pretty
will also
nuts. Like, that's
respond
gonna
to
eat your
this,
PC
so
alive.
we hold the battle AI to be also able to utilize all these new advancements and be more strategic as well.
So you can use these like destructible environments to your tactical advantage, but also your enemies are going to be doing the same.
Yeah.
So, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, the battle AI now
destructible terrain.
It takes more of an advantage
40K?
of reinforcements and more dynamic abilities as well. So it's really leveled up.
Awesome.
Well, that makes sense for
And
something
what about
40K though,
campaign?
yeah.
Are we going to see a lot of advancements in that area as well?
Yeah, if they end up
Yeah,
releasing a
we put lot
40K
of
Total
work
War,
into
shit like that is
campaign.
exactly
We've
what they need.
rewritten it, to be
Because you
modular,
can't just have big
so that,
open vast plains,
each
it'd just be a
different
giant
game can
shootout. You
really
need
use these
terrain.
building blocks
You
to
need to be able to
create,
hide, you have to be able to
custom,
kind of like
amazing
plan your next
experiences.
moves and
And
advances.
with this, like the campaign AI
Like
goes
terrain in
hand
40K
hand.
is such a
So that
important
will
thing
also,
that like it makes sense you'd
evolve and
want to
use what we
redo your
call a
engine
forward
for something
model,
like
so
that.
it will simulate future states of the game.
That
to
makes
make,
sense to me.
Better strategic decisions.
What does this mean for animations then?
So we've actually rewritten a lot of our animation system. It's now a graph-based node system, which means we can layer animation behaviors and create more variety and fidelity. Some of the things the players may see is more complex movement like strafing and more complex vehicle movement. something that we've
Vehicle
been
movement and
challenged with our
strafing.
previous
What do you
version,
do in
but we wanted
40K?
to
You
do
move with
more,
your feet and you have
bring more to the
vehicles.
gameplay.
Yeah, the team has really done a great job.
All of these very
I think,
dynamic things are going to serve
system,
40K
and the some finesse, right?
very well.
Yes, of course. With Total War, quite a key part of it is blood and gore. We wanted to make this more visceral, more realistic. What we've
40K,
done is
yep.
rewritten some of parts of the dismemberment system, so you'll see more dismemberment, limbs popping
All of this
off,
screams
interacting with
40K.
terrain and
All of this
sitting on the
screams
train
40K.
yeah, very gory. And
all of this is
Sorry for
40K.
the mocap actors that.
All of this.
We didn't chop them off.
Oh, okay. That's a relief. We've talked a lot about all these pretty awesome advancements that are going to be coming to Total War in the future. But Total War, of course, has a 25-year legacy on PC. Does this new engine allow us to look further afield in regards to the hardware we develop for?
Oh yeah, we've been wanting for a bit now to expand our horizons.
Oh, does it really do? That's
and,
cool.
To bring our franchise to
You're
players
mixed on it.
regardless
I think it'll
of
be
the
good.
hardware they use.
If it even is a
we're
thing,
quite
who
happy
knows?
that,
Maybe it's
The
not.
new engine also allows us to take our future titles on PlayStation and Xbox as well as PC. Yeah.
Fantastic. So we can finally allow console players to experience Total War.
Yeah.
Wait, it's coming to
But
console?
we're still going to be, of course, maintaining that same focus on
Wait,
the deep strategy
it's-
ethos that we encompass. Right?
Yeah,
I didn't hear
absolutely.
that.
So we want to remain true to our soul. So we're not having like a knee-jerk reaction to put in our games on console. We absolutely want to.
Wow,
we
Total
love
War is
the
going to be on
Total War
console.
formula and the complexity, the depth, and this is something that we want to keep regardless of the hardware.
I used to
PC
play
players,
Lord of the
I
Rings
don't think they're
Battle for
seeing
Middle-earth on
any
console.
major changes
That was
to the
fun.
product they love because we love it as well. So yeah, going on console is really a way to expand also to our to other players.
Great.
That's cool. That's fun.
What are we aiming to achieve with Warcore then? What's the goal of this new engine?
Yeah, we wanted to give Total War the strongest foundation it ever had. But really here, we wanted to look at the future. So the engine now is at its infancy, so it will evolve and get better and better over time. But even now, yeah, we feel it's the most powerful foundation we've ever had. And we are thinking long term. So players will see over time more and more improvements coming.
Wait, sorry, was this engine
Yeah,
only
the-
for
the
console?
Ventus,
Am I
it's in
brain
its
dead?
infancy now, but you will see improvements in terms of the rendering, in terms of things like destruction and all those interesting new features. But we
okay, I
want
was
to
gonna
build
say.
upon those in the releases we've got to come. We've got plans to keep iterating on those features.
Yeah, I think players will already see something great, but you're really excited about what they can see even 2, 3, 10 years from now, and that's what we're trying to build, yeah. And it's also something we've built for our staff, so to give them more powerful tools, to be able to create even better games. So yeah, streamline our internal pipelines, make them more efficient.
Okay, we really wanted to improve the developer experience. So we've worked on like unified tools and unified experience and workflows and improving that experience all round.
Good for the players and good for the developers as well. It's a win-win. Amazing.
Win-win.
Well, thank you both for joining me for this chat today.
That's cool.
Up next, we are going to be taking a look at what's to come for our historical players.
Boo! See, now you gotta flame these guys. Boo! Oh my god, go back to the grave, Grandpa. The wars are over. Go back there.
Hi, I'm Pavel. It's incredible to be standing in front of you today, not just
cool,
as a
though.
developer, but as a lifelong fan.
Now everyone's
I've been
gonna
playing Total
not say a
War for
word, right?
25 years.
No one's gonna
First
say anything in
discovering
chat.
the franchise through Shogun before becoming completely captivated by Medieval.
Everyone's now
that
happy.
passion led me to join Creative Assembly in 2005.
No, there's nothing
where
wrong
I've
with
been
them, I'm just
fortunate
saying.
to
It's just the
contribute
way
to
these
most
people
of
are
our historical
typing,
Total
you
War
know, in chat.
releases, from Medieval 2 all the way up to Free Kingdoms. And today, I'm absolutely thrilled to be here as the game director of our next major historical title. The franchise was created
Total
not
War
only because of our
Warhammer
love
40K.
of strategy games, but from a deep love of history. From the very beginning, our goal has been to bring the past
What if they
to life
literally do that
in
and then
immersive,
talk about
authentic
it?
worlds, giving players a chance to relive and reshape it
And then
in a
everyone
way
crashes
only
out.
Total War can. We know that same passion for history lives in our community. You've been asking for a return to the roots of what made historical Total War so special, and that's exactly what we're setting out to do. So today, we're proud to reveal the next chapter in Total War's historical legacy. It's a game we've dreamt of making for a very long time. This is more than just a new game. It's the rebirth of historical Total War.
And the crowd goes wild. I don't know anything about stuff like this. I'm not really a big history buff, but...
We rule by divine right. And yet, our realm
is it medieval?
Far from holy.
The armies
I thought this was Game of Thrones.
Read the map.
Why fight when hearts and minds are easily swayed?
The realm is ours only when our enemies lie dead.
Patience and time will beget our gain.
We are stability,
Dignity.
And authority.
We bear the weight of pain.
end of defeat.
Greatness shall ever define us.
And we shall never
be forgotten.
Forgotten.
So,
how will you
shape
your realm?
How will
you
make history?
Make
history.
Make history.
This is some Zinchian scheme. Medieval 3. Woo! I don't really know anything about these, so that's cool.
Yes, Medieval 3 is real. So many of you have long desired a sequel to this special series.
Is that
and
huge?
Today, we're thrilled to confirm that it's in early pre-production.
That's
the
cool.
Medieval series holds a special place in the hearts of many. And
guys, it's freezing. Sorry, 1 second. It is huge. That's cool. I'm not really... I mean, I got into Total War from, like, Warhammer, but that's cool.
Medieval 3 to be the definitive Total War experience set in the medieval era. A game where you don't just relive history, you rewrite it. In gameplay terms, that means choosing your realm, forging your legacy, and altering the course of history with a level of player agency we have never achieved before in a Total War title. Now, we are in early pre-production with Med 3, and we're announcing early to take you on a development journey with us, where we can, via blogs and other updates. We've never announced something this early before, and we are excited to engage with you throughout this journey. We have started to build the foundation for Medieval 3, and over time, we will be able to share more about the game as it comes to life. There's a lot more to come, and we can't wait to share it with you. So let's dive in and meet some of the team.
I probably won't be playing it, but that's, again, that's cool.
I'm Cody Bonds, and I'm excited to be here today with the team making Total War Medieval 3. I've been covering Total War on YouTube
I know
for a
Cody
number of
Bonds.
years
This
now.
guy
I
does
have a degree
the
in archaeology for media,
the guides.
and I can't wait to meet you guys.
This
So
guy's
can you introduce
funny.
yourselves?
I do like his
Hey, Cody. My name is
videos.
Alex.
He's cool.
I'm the creative director on Total War Medieval 3.
And I'm Luke. I'm a senior game designer on Total War Medieval.
He did like a bunch of
People
character
have been
guides for like
asking
Total War
Medieval
that are kind of
3
like comedic.
since probably the day after Medieval 2 released. What does it feel like to finally announce
Yeah, his
this
videos are
game
fun.
that people have been looking forward to for so long?
Yeah, I mean, it's super exciting, also a bit intimidating, but really exciting. And, you know, in fact, this is really the game that a lot of us came to join CA to really be part of. I was dreaming about making this game one day. I remember when I joined in 2016 first. I was
Maybe
crossing
on
my
the other
fingers
stream.
and hoping
After this,
that
we are going to
would
hop
be-
over, but we'll see what's cooking here
this is
still.
it, right? This is our
But I'm
magnum
sure the
opus.
CA games are great. Like, again, I've
over
only
the
played
years,
the
of
Total
course,
War
we've
ones,
toyed
but
with the idea
people
of
clearly love
making
these
this
and they've been
game.
around for so
It
long,
really
so
feels
it's
like now is
justifiable.
the right time for it. Medieval 3 is, of course, the sequel to Medieval 2, but it also follows on, you know, a long history now of Total War games, 20 years since, where we learned a lot about making Total War games, and we're really excited to carry this into Medieval 3. So expectations are high. Expectations are really high for us as developers, for us as fans of the series as well, right? And the expectations are high in the community out there. And that was actually one of the main inspirations of announcing this earlier than we've ever done, to bring the community on this journey with us, to speak to our fans what this game is all about.
We're all really hyped about making the game. As Life said, we're all fans. We've been playing for years. I have a background in medieval history, so for me, it's a dream come true. And I think that's
I feel like
true
the
for
guys who
most
work
of
on
the
these
people
games are
project for
history
all
nuts.
different reasons.
Like, you have to
There's
be.
loads of excitement in the studio at the moment.
If you're drawing on all
This
this
is like your
excitement, what
jam,
is
you
the
know?
vision for the game itself?
We want Medieval 3 to be all about rewriting history. And Total War has always been about painting the map, your color, of course, and Medieval 3 will have that as a key element still, but it's no longer the single most important element of your game. much more ways of how we want players to be able to reach through the window to the world and influence the world around them.
Post them in Discord.
And
I'm
add more
going to
ways
forget.
of how
Post
the
them in
world
Discord.
speaks back to the player and acknowledges the actions that the player has taken. What Kingdom of England will you create in your campaign? Playing as the Holy Roman Empire, will you be able to unite the empire, or will you perhaps accelerate the fragmentation and form an early Kingdom of Germany? And it's not just about your own realm, it's also about what happens to all the realms in the world. In your game, if the Byzantine Empire falls, what will the consequence be? And what about the world itself and the people that live in it? What about the dynamics of urbanization? What about the medieval estates? How will the world develop? So we want Medieval 3 to be that ultimate canvas to tell your own story and to rewrite history.
King of
so
Europe.
you're talking about the medieval era, but that can be
Bring on the
quite
dwarves.
wide or small era, depending on who you ask. So when you say medieval, what do you mean in this game? What's the setting?
I'll say we haven't fixed a start date yet, but we know that like Medieval 2, we want to set the game in the sort of high to late medieval period, 12th to 15th century, maybe a little bit either side. And I've always felt like the high and a little bit of the late period is really the most recognizably true medieval period. It has all the stuff that you might expect to find, like knights and castles. It has crusades, plague, of course. There's the big names like Barbarossa, Saladin, Eleanor of Aquitaine, and of course, Richard the Lionheart. In the east, you have these rising powers, the Ayyubids, the Mamluks, the Mongols, and later the Ottomans. And then in the west, there are these sort of slow and steady kingdoms forming and gaining power, like France and Castile. And then in Central Europe, the Holy Roman Empire is mired by civil war, and the Italian free city-states are forming these sort of bullish trade empires and stalking the Mediterranean. And then there's the sort of somehow still heartbreaking fall of the Byzantines, the East Romans, first at the hand of the Christians in the Fourth Crusade, and then later defeat by the Ottomans. So it's a really rich and vibrant period, and I think it's a great setting for us. I like to see it sort of as a chaotic world where people are trying to establish some sort of order onto it. So rulers are trying things out. They might be new things or old things. That could be an economic system or a military strategy or a political gambit. And they don't really know if it's going to work, but they try it anyway. And I find that really compelling. You see things like brotherhood and oaths of fealty, even chivalry, creating these sort of bonds that hold society together. So it's also a world of promise. And those promises are set in the context of people's personal ambitions. So the result is often just carnage, and what better setting for a total war game?
It sounds like you're talking about the realm almost like as it's a person itself, not focusing on individuals, but as managing the whole kingdom.
Yeah, I think for us it was really important to lean into the fact of that long time period and
what are you guys typing?
and the amount of change that happened in the period.
Get back to Warhammer.
One thing we discussed was how
not these guys, I mean you guys in chat.
There wasn't really the notion of nationhood or nations or states. But really at the end of the medieval era, we are entering that realm of possibilities where you have something like nations forming. So it's really about these medieval realms finding themselves and defining themselves in that era. And it seemed like a great backdrop to give players that authorship. Not just
so this is probably going to be with the new engine,
really
then, right? Which is kind of insane because that new engine looks pretty dope. It kind of sucks that it's not going to be in Total War Warhammer, but like
inspiration from whether it's the Plantagenets.
You know, people seem to like the medieval.
I think
game.
One of the really nice
if this is like the third of the
back to Total Wars that run across
the first two that has
centuries,
been what 10 years since the last one, maybe.
Period of time. It gives us
when did Medieval 2 come out?
Talk about these grand sort of slow moving.
Because all of this is great for anything.
Well
any project that CA does, it's going to be grand,
the
like
drama and the excitement.
New engine, new ideas.
One thing we sometimes talk about
keep
is
it
how
fresh, keep it limber.
To feel very different.
That's what you have to do,
of your
right?
Game
but
versus the
19 years, holy shit!
We want to create an experience where 150 years in, you look back at the achievements and maybe failures and tragic moments and traumatic turn of events as part of your game. How the world has changed.
Again, I don't really resonate with this history stuff. It's just not really my cup of tea. But again, people love it, so it's cool.
The sandbox, it's just really compelling for a Total War game.
You gentlemen have both obviously done a tremendous amount of research for this game and can draw upon that at will. But how will that history help inform the gameplay experience?
I'll go bold here and say I don't think there is gameplay without history. Whether you're making a fantasy game or a sci-fi game or historical,
that is true.
Chances are that part of that draws a parallel to the past. So that might be a cool weapon or a unit or a whole feature set, but it probably is inspired from history. And I think that's what makes those gameplay features feel really fun to play. It's satisfying. They feel believable, they're grounded, they're real, even if they're a little bit fantastical. I think one of the cool things about working on a medieval game is that we have access to all these great sources, these manuscripts, these treaties and agreements, pipe rolls, artifacts, or the work of other historians that we can really draw on. And that directly goes into the content of the game. So that might be the weapons or the armor, the buildings. And we all love it when a TV show or a game gets the details just right. And I think we also kind of love it a little bit when they get it wrong too. But I think we can say that we want to make the most authentic Total War we've ever made. And that means
I feel like this is grueling information.
About looking at historical
like
relationships.
if you do take on history,
we want you to feel like you're
in a gaming sense, like the amount of research you have to do, the people on board to kind of make this game happen, to be as authentic as possible, that is a massive undertaking.
As well. So
that's
when we
quite
look
a bit.
at the core systems of the game, like the economy or the recruitment or characters, buildings, and we think, okay, why did these work in the way that they did in the medieval period? Taking recruitment as an example, when you raise an army in our game, we want it to feel truly medieval. And where did medieval armies come from? Well, there aren't really standing armies, like in the modern day at least. It's probably more from oaths of fealty, from vassals to their lords. So we want you to feel like you're raising your banners, like you're mustering your forces or summoning the prince-electors. And of course, it's not a PhD thesis, it's a game, and the fun definitely comes first. But if we can inspire people to look into history because of our game and maybe learn a thing or two, I think that would be great. And I got into history because of Total War, so it would be great to replay the favor.
Yeah, I think we ultimately set out to make the ultimate medieval strategy sandbox, right? And for that, the simulation of the medieval world is really important. And like Luke was saying, the representation of
there's a lot of
and dynamics, that's really key.
Historians, knowledgeable people who've studied this stuff for ages.
Armor, right,
who are
and
on
the
this team,
details
most
on the
likely.
helmets, but really capturing the forces and dynamics that
Holy
move the
Kislev.
world at the time and making sure the player feels them and interacts with them. That's really our key goal.
There's so much you guys are juggling to get right in here. And there's so many cool elements that clearly are building on things from the past and looking at them in completely new ways. But what's the one key element you're really looking at to focus on here for your team?
I think that's a really interesting one to pin down because there's so much excitement and passion in the studio and team for Medieval 3. There's a great anecdote where we were sharing some concept art with the wider Total War team, and a concept art was presenting some ideas around the upgrades of armor and how better techniques and more expertise in armor creation could be represented visually. And I got this huge message from someone not actually working on the game, explaining to me the details of plaquening and how it was done and what the benefits of it were. So a lot of passion in the wider Total War team that we want to draw from. But if it comes down to one thing, I think it would be to create that sandbox, to really bring the medieval world to life, to give you the option to interact with this world, feel the forces that were at play at the time, and really feel like this is truly a medieval game where you get to rewrite history the way you want.
That's fun. That's cool.
And
again, you guys seem to have
Medieval
been
3.
interested.
Thank you to the
so that's even
development
better.
team for coming out today and revealing
Everyone
this
seems to want
truly
this. That's cool.
astounding game that I think we're all excited
I feel the
to
same way
see
about Total War
be
Warhammer,
developed
so
in the
makes sense.
future. Obviously, it's early days, but we can look forward to news updates as they come out and hopefully play a game where you can truly rewrite history.
So who knows now what's going to happen? Is it going to be 40K? Is it going to be Star Wars? Is it going to be some sci-fi Total War game? What's happening now? Nothing? Is that it?
Getting to work on Total War is like nothing else.
Working on Total War is definitely an experience.
It's different every day.
It's never boring.
Challenging. Working on Total War is an absolute dream come true.
It's a franchise that's so close to my heart.
I like to solve problems, and Total War throws endless amounts of design problems at you.
Working with people who are passionate about what they do and the world they're building makes it a really excellent place to be.
Coming into work where I get to write about the Crusades one minute and the fantasy apocalypse the next is like nothing else.
Making Total War games feels like just
bringing that fantasy, that imagination to life.
And the games are always challenging, but the challenge is something that we love.
What's happening?
It's a franchise that has taken us to many, many different places, so nothing's ever the same.
It's really great to be part of something that means so much to so many people.
I don't think there's anything quite like it.
The fact it's 2, sometimes 3 massive games rolled into one.
It combines strategy gaming and real-time battles like no other game.
It's this unique mix that no real other game kind of does it the same.
The YouTube chat is spamming 40k. Who knows? I don't know.
It's all
Who knows?
interactable and you can manipulate everything in the world.
Also, it gives you that real immersion, so then you can like follow that through line all the way down to like an individual soldier, like you're zooming in on a battlefield.
You feel like you're right in there with the troops, and then with the campaign side, you get a lot of the gameplay and the strategic side of elements.
I mean, Lord of the Rings would be cool, but like you still play off of like Warhammer Fantasy, not entirely, but it would need to be. I feel like it's going to be 40k. It's just too different
to life, to bring players into so many different places, and not many other games can.
Like it's not like Lord of the Rings is.
People who are
Warhammer Fantasy, but like it would be too samey.
Fantasy.
I think 40k is the right move. Who knows? Is it going to happen or is it nothing? Is it? Who knows?
How does it feel to work on a game franchise that is 25 years old?
Exhausting.
Maybe they'll announce it at 40 years in the industry.
That it's 25 years since the first Total War game.
That's pretty special. 25 years is a long time.
It feels old. It makes me feel old.
Great to be part of something that's been here for this long.
It feels unbelievable and amazing. I never thought I would be part of Total War.
It's lovely to have been here for so long and seen our games develop, seeing the tech.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yeah.
On
Sword and board.
We are always keen to make
Fucking
sure we
Gandalf
don't
is like your
fans, we
lord.
don't change the war too much.
But also, we need to
You bring out the hobbits.
move forward and do new things and innovate.
The Shire
So
marches to
we have a
war.
responsibility to keep it true to what makes Total War so special.
They just get eaten by a bunch of
also
like fell
carry it
beasts.
to the future and keep delivering new epic experiences that are going to stand the test of time. It's a wonderful thing to be able to be part of something that has such a long and lasting legacy.
And it's stood the test of time. It's one of those great franchises.
Few games get to celebrate that milestone, and this game happened to be something very special.
And it also feels like it's not just a milestone and it's getting older, it's just the beginning of something new and where we're going next.
We all together as a team bring it to the future.
Here it comes. Ow! What is it going to be? I would love to see. I'm not like a big 40k fan, but
And that almost brings us to the end of
Here
our
it comes.
anniversary showcase. And what a celebration it's been.
Almost.
25 years ago, we set out to build a strategy experience unlike any other. What began as a single game has grown into a franchise full of unforgettable moments.
No,
which have been
no
shared by
shot they do
tens of
40k though.
millions
No
of
way.
players
I
around
mean,
the world.
yes way because it's
Today, we
money.
celebrated that legacy by announcing a return to one of the most beloved eras in Total War history with Medieval 3. And we're preparing for the Cataclysm with the Lords of the End Times DLC and the End
So now
Times
we're going to
update
take you 40,000
with
years in the
3.
future.
Few games get to
Here they
celebrate
come.
such a monumental milestone, but we're eager and excited to spend many more years with you all. When we say your support means the world to us, we mean it. Whether you're playing our games, watching our newest trailers,
He's dragging
submitting
it
bug
on.
feedback, or commenting Med3 when on every
He's
social
dragging
post
it on.
imaginable, all of this contributes to creating the bedrock for Total War's success. Finally, before we end today, we have one last thing to share.
It is. It's 40k. It's got to be. What else could it be?
Hi everyone, I'm Attila, game director on the next major title being developed at Creative Assembly. Whilst we are not ready to unveil the project in all of its glory, it represents one of the most ambitious games we have ever worked on.
One of the most ambitious. It's got to be 40k.
Wait to share it with you. We would like to invite you to tune in to the Game Awards on December 11th.
Oh my
to watch the
God!
world premiere announcement trailer for our next Total War title.
It's war. Come
After
on!
that moment, we look forward
It's on the.
to sharing more
Wow.
with you.
They just
Once
stomped
again,
on my balls.
From all of us today, thank you.
Wow, they are doing it big time. That's crazy. So they blue balled everyone. Wow. I mean, fair. You know what? You do need to bring it out on, like, the Game Awards is massive. Now we have to stream the Game Awards. Yeah, for sure. Well, that's it, folks. That's it. I can't believe they literally, bro, everyone, okay, again, I'm not like a big 40K fan, not like I used to be, but I would love to see them announce that, because that is a massive win.
Driven.
Anchors away. Steve
That is an insane win for Warhammer. 1 a.m. in EU. Man, that's 7 days away. Holy moly. They really just blue-balled everything. You know what? Chances of them coming out with Total War, though, like 40K, it's going to happen. It will happen. There's no reason it wouldn't. Would I play it? Absolutely. Would I be like a diehard convert? You'd have to really sell me on the Votan. But, yeah, we'll see. Anyways, folks, that is going to be it for me. Hopefully you did enjoy the Total War stream. I thought it'd be a little bit more, to be honest, but that's fine. It's cool that Nagash was shown, the Mortarks were shown. You know, any sort of end-game, end-times content is going to be in there. I don't think the dwarves are going to get much, but it isn't the final DLC for Total War, so that's cool. Yeah. So, anyways, that is it for me, folks. I am going to go have lunch. Well, that's nothing. But I'm going to go have lunch, and I will be on the main channel when I get back, okay? So everyone take care. When I come back, we will be watching the... I'll probably do like 1 or 2 league games, and then we'll do the new season updates. But yeah, see you soon. Be well. Thank you for hanging out. I'm going to go have lunch, and then I'll be on within the hour. So take care, and be well, folks. Peace, peace. Tomorrow is my doctor's visit. Yeah, tomorrow's Friday, so tomorrow is Mochi's appointment.